Got it. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me, Krista?
Noise.
Hey, Krista. What are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hopefully my system won't crash again like
Yeah,
on the last one.
yeah. Yep. Can only hope. I'm gonna. All right, well, we have a lot to cover today. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully we have a quorum. I'm going to give some extremely brief introductory remarks, and then we are off. So, as always, raise your hand if you want to talk. Use your reactions often. I will require a roll call vote if there is a single dissension, but not an abstention. So we don't need to adopt that rule. You are welcome to if you want. We need to move quickly. We can spend around 7 minutes on each proposal today. So I am going to hope that we can make extremely brief, pithy comments. And I'm going to hope that somebody will make a motion to approve or disapprove after 7 minutes or before. So make a quick intro to your proposal or update. And if you're commenting, please have comments ready and make them short and to the point. Ask people to make motions after about 7 minutes after each proposal. I'm going to start a timer when we get to each proposal. If we table anything, it's probably going to the MVE committee, which will be on the 9th and 16th of September. I want to remind everybody this code doesn't have to be perfect. We have a public comment period coming up, and we have other opportunities to modify a word or two, or even more substantive issues. So I don't want to do wordsmithing today unless it's just a word that needs to be changed and is extremely obvious, and we don't need to spend a lot of time on it. So I'm going to start a timer at each proposal that will ring at 7 minutes. Lastly, there were a couple of tabled motions 2 weeks ago regarding economic and equity impacts. Hopefully discussion at the last tag was helpful. If we want to take those from the table today, I'd ask we do so at the end of today, and that the proponents have exact language or a letter that they're hoping for, and that we can either agree to it or they can submit it outside of the tag process as just a public comment letter. With that, I can't thank you enough for being available and contributing week after week after week after week. You keep coming back. So let's get going. That's the introduction. Krista, do you want to do a roll call?
Michael Baranek. Eric Bedell.
Here.
Christopher Burrows.
Here.
CJ Brockway. Martin Connor. Michael Curtright. Kevin Duell.
Here.
Mike Fowler.
Here.
Patrick Hayes.
Then.
Gary Hickinen.
Here.
Scott Henderson. Chris Holliday. Luke Howard. I thought you were there, Luke. Dwayne Johnlin.
Hello.
Elizabeth Joyce.
It's not.
Bill Kraus. John Lang.
Morning.
Mike McGivern.
Here.
Alan Montpelier. Henry Odom. Eric Olnon. Andrew Poltorek. Irina Rasputnis. David, ready? Lisa Rosenau,
Morning.
Poppy Storm,
Arya, please go out. I cannot entertain your complaints right now.
I'm here.
Gavin Tenold,
Here.
Sean Vig,
Here.
Amy Wheelis, and we do have a quorum.
Great to hear. That means our work will not be in vain today. Luke,
Yeah, I just wanted to let Krista know I am present. I was having technical difficulties and missed my roll call.
great. Okay.
Was there anybody who joined us in the mid-roll who didn't hear their name called that's a tag member?
This is Irina Rasputnis. I'm here. I'm having issues with Zoom, so I'm gonna log out and log back in.
Thank you.
I saw Chris Burrow's hand up as well.
I was just going to say that I saw Irina's name and it looked like she was having technical difficulties, but she's here.
Is there anyone else present who would like to be identified?
Okay, well, with that, agenda. Does anybody have any comments on the agenda? It's in front of us.
Hi, this is Lisa Rosenau. I understand our list is very long today, but I would like to propose to bring proposal number 94 back onto the agenda. That's the additional interior lighting allowance proposal. We submitted via email some changes to the footnotes to address some of the tags concerns last week.
Okay, should we put that under item 6, cleanup remaining? Any other comments on the agenda?
Motion to approve?
The motion to approve the agenda is written as modified. Is there a second?
Second.
There a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Okay, we have an agenda. Let's look at any meeting minutes. Are there minutes available?
Yeah.
Krista? Okay, for July 23rd,
Or August,
August
13th.
13th. Okay,
Did it say July 23rd? It did.
it did.
Actually, yeah, July, those are the ones that, never mind, they do need to be approved. Let me pull them up.
The ones that need to be approved are, which ones are the ones that need to be approved, Krista?
July 23 and the 13th just got posted yesterday, so I'm not sure if people are ready to approve those or not.
Since the tag is not scheduled to meet again, I guess we would approve the minutes much later if we don't approve them today.
Yes, or the well, I guess it wouldn't be the next one that did it.
Mike Fowler, you have your hand up.
Given the August 13th were just posted, would say let's review and approve those minutes after lunch, so we have a chance to overlook them. And I have one edit on the July 23rd meeting minutes, and that is to change the proposal 165 change the word entropy to enthalpy.
Okay. Can you help Krista find it?
It's scrolled. It's proposal 165. I don't know where it appears on the list. Here we go. There's two instances where it says entropy and change that to enthalpy.
Okay, there's also a typo in there. Amy Willis got spelled as any Willis, so I will fix that one too.
Further comments on the minutes from July 23rd?
Motion to approve as modified.
Second.
Motion second, further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have those meeting minutes. We also had what appeared to be a motion from Mike Fowler to move the approval of the agenda, approval of the minutes from August 13th to after lunch.
Second.
We have a second for that. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, so after lunch, we will consider the August 13th minutes. Okay, we are on to the main topics, chapter number 4, chapter 5. So we will start with District Energy C407, proposal 122B. Clarence, or someone else, are you ready to talk about this?
Yes, we are. This is Marcus Liu with Centrio.
You have the floor.
Great, thank you. So 122B was reviewed and approved in the last TEG meeting. And we were tasked with going into a work group. And then thank you those that attended to rework the language in 122A. In reviewing of 122B, there were some additional changes and shifts that came up. So we're here to review the changes in 122B again, and we would ask that it be motion to be approved with the modifications. So we can go through this quickly. So the first thing that we'll talk about is this big yellow highlighted section. We felt that this section up here really was the most appropriate spot for the definition of a low carbon district system. And so it was originally moved down below in the last meeting, but we felt that up here was the best location, and down below referenced that the documentation to satisfy these requirements needs to be satisfied. The line above, we removed without requiring additional mechanical system input. Simply, there was a consensus in the group that we weren't exactly sure what that statement was adding to the definition here. If anybody else would like to speak of that, we can or not.
Are those the major changes, Marcus?
There are continued more if we scroll down. So because 122A and B are similar in type, we felt that they would be two different sections of C407.3.2. So we renumbered those. And down here in the specific sections, we did a little bit of wordsmithing and added an exception for waste heat exported from the building to the low carbon district heating and cooling or heating system only shall not be subtracted from the proposed design carbon emissions if they are already accounted for in the calculation of emissions from the district heating or cooling plant. This exception was to account for basically, the idea that the emission, if you scroll up just a tiny bit, thank you. So to account, basically to address the concerns in the last meeting about how to exactly, subtract carbon emissions or energy or how, we were going to do that. We decided to change the language a little bit. The emissions must be accounted for And basically the exception to 3 is to say that you cannot double dip on either side for the waste heat, essentially. And yeah, the word, the phrase, I guess, cooling energy was changed to waste heat. And then you'll see below, this is where we moved the definition above. We did actually also receive a comment from Dwayne Johnlin after the fact regarding the 25% that we have in the definition, and we can address that as a group in discussion.
All right, thanks, Marcus. Dwayne has his hand up. So Dwayne.
Yeah, the comment I just sent an hour ago to, if you scroll back down, please, that 3B, excuse me, 3B says that you can get some credit for, excuse me, the waste heat exported during the summer. And it seems like at a time during the summer when everybody's trying to dump heat, there shouldn't be any credit for waste heat sent out into a system, because it'll just have to be somehow removed later.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. Are you suggesting different language, or?
I would suggest striking item B.
Well, may we respond? Is this a discussion, or?
Go ahead, Marcus, make a quick response.
Yeah, so our feeling is that based on our experience in our business is that there's, even in the summertime, in the heat of the summer, there's always demand for heating, whether it be to domestic hot water or not necessarily space heating. So there's other uses of waste heat that we believe.
Okay. Thanks, Marcus. Lisa.
Yeah, just a quick question. The reason why the tag members had recommended moving the information here, it's shown on the screen, to the bottom of the provision versus up in the definition, is that typically we don't have code requirements in the definitions. If they're in the a lot of people don't look at the definitions. And so if there are actual performance criteria in a definition, it could get missed. So that is my concern about that proposed change.
Thanks, Lisa. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I want to concur with Dwayne that, I think there's ample waste heat for all the uses that heat will be needed for in those summers. So I'm not sure that should get credit. But I had a specific question, and I may be confused, but at the bottom there, they have add exception to, I guess, C403.1.4. It's not in my integrated draft. Is that a new section?
Krista or Marcus?
The section is not new, but we were proposing to add a number. This was simply to align the exceptions that are being proposed in the in the other proposal.
Okay, because I don't have a C403.1.4 in my. Is that part of another proposal?
That's the requirement that you have to use fossil fuel or something other than fossil fuel or electric resistance for heating and water heating.
Okay.
Okay, we've hit the 7-minute threshold. The substantive comments we had are to strike B from this. We've also had comments to move the information out of the definition, put it back in the requirements. Does anybody want to make a motion on this proposal? So this proposal, my understanding, is already passed, right? Or did it not pass last time? Was it tabled?
It was passed.
It was passed. Okay, so there are lots of corrections or lots of changes here. We could have a motion to pass all the changes, pass most of the changes, or not pass them, and then what we pass at the last session would be part of the draft.
Okay, I will, I don't know, complicated, but I would move that we pass all the changes and eliminate item 3B.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Guess not.
No. Okay, so the motion dies due to lack of second. Is
Make a
there-
motion to approve with keeping the definition as proposed and then reinstating, so it's in two places, Lisa's comment that where the documentation included in the body of the code as well.
Okay, so basically taking it, leaving it in the definition, but also having it secondarily down here. So we have a motion.
Yes.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we are on to the 122A, having dispatched with 122B. So, Marcus, are you also going to talk about this one?
If I seem correct, Clarence signed on. So if he would like to speak, I'll kick it over to him.
Marcus, go ahead. You're yeah, go ahead. I'm
Sure.
just getting caught up here. Go ahead.
No problem. Yep. So as you said, on Monday, the work group met to align the language in 122A with 122B. So you'll see a lot of that here. We wanted to kind of keep this kind of more of the definition. So we removed, the reference to the documentation, but that is down below, like you saw in 122B.
Okay.
We added, these exceptions were added to C404, to the groups for low district energy exchange system, C407. This is where we split out the two different sections to be included for utilization of the low carbon district energy, and reworked the language here to also match that in 122B. So you'll see here we added that the low carbon district energy exchange system must be fully operational prior to final inspection. That was a comment that was made last time. And cleaned up a little bit of the wills and shalls and language in here. Again, we reworded cooling energy to waste energy, so it's more of a reject. And added exception number 3 to make sure that you can't essentially be double dipping on your waste energy. And added the statement down below, like I said above, about referencing the documentation that's necessary to be satisfied. So if we were to align with Mike Fowler and Lisa's last comments, I believe we would copy the requirements in the definition and add them down here.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there comments, questions on this proposal? Okay, I'm seeing no comments or questions, so I'll entertain a motion. Eric Vanderman.
Sorry, I was trying to find the button there. If the definition doesn't include, if you move that down to there, then that statement has to be repeated in about 20 or 30 sections in the code. So my recommendation is to keep the definition in the definition, so you're not, and then just only have the documentation statement as part of the commanding, as part of the language as was recommended per the previous revisions. So we'll see when we get to the C406 proposals that you're going to have to repeat that whole paragraph, you know, in numerous locations throughout the code if you do that. So not recommended. So just have the documentation statement, refer back to the definition, and the definition stand alone with the percentage of recovery that's required as it was rewritten.
Okay. Thanks, Eric. It's a good point. Further discussion, Mike Fowler.
Just for clarification from what Eric said, I think, would it depend on which of the 3 C406 proposals gets passed? I would agree on two of the 3, but I think on the 3rd, when they're all combined together, I think that the number of instances might be less. But I was curious to get your sense, Eric.
Well, it's weird to have a definition that doesn't include the efficiency requirement also, right? So the definition would definitely need to get reworked because the definition doesn't mean anything without that statement. So go back, if you go back up to the definition and you read the first half of it, it's a very general thing that has no bearing on the low carbon part of it. So you need that second paragraph in the definition, or it's just a very general definition of any district energy system. So you need that second paragraph in the definition, and then you need the documentation reference requirement in the body of the code to refer back to the definition.
Makes sense. Lisa?
Yeah, thanks, Eric, for adding that additional context. So to make sure I'm understanding then, so we're not putting an actual performance requirement in the definition. We're just, it's still a part of the description, and the actual deliverable, I guess, requirements are going to be in the sections. Is that your recommendation?
Yeah, the definition includes the performance requirements to meet the low carbon district energy definition. So we can edit that in one place in the code, and then the body of the code requires the documentation to meet that definition.
If we do that, and I'm not opposed to that, if we do that, should we be pointing to the definition to make sure people?
It does. It says documentation for the low carbon district energy system must demonstrate that the definition of low carbon energy exchange system is satisfied. So it puts the onus on the proponent that's connecting, you know, to puts the onus on the owner and the district, the low carbon district energy system, to submit that documentation that they meet the definition.
Got it. Yeah, thanks for that explanation. That's helpful.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, I would just add that if you're doing a district energy system, I think you can assume this is a sophisticated user and they're going to read the code thoroughly, and they will go to the definition to find this information.
Thanks, Kevin. Further discussion or any motions to be made?
I agree with Kevin.
Thanks, Patrick. Anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to remove the definition back to definitions.
I think, okay, we have a motion. Right now, if we look at what Krista has on the screen, I think that's what she did. So if a motion was made to approve it as modified, I think it would do exactly what you said, Patrick.
Well, I'm not sure what to say. I just would like to see the definition back in definitions. So
I think it is, isn't it?
There wasn't a motion on the table to move it yet. That was just discussion.
Okay, well, do we have a motion right now?
Patrick made a motion. I'm unclear of the motion because I think Patrick, if you look at definitions here, we are keeping the definition within the definition. So I think what you were hoping, Patrick, is already what's on the screen. Do you
Okay,
agree?
yes,
So then it is a motion to approve as seen on the screen.
motion to approve is seen on the screen.
I'll second.
Move, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye,
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have 2 done. We are on to Tanner and C409.4 consumption rate and display clarifications, and the clock. I don't know if you've heard it, but the clock is being set and starting the timer now.
All right, this is Aaron. I just want to do a quick background on this. The original proposal expanded on and further defined the words consumption rate and kind of expanded on the peak values language that was already included in the code. Based on feedback from last week, I've essentially pulled that back and presented 2 options. One which requires consumption rate data for electrical only, which would remove that requirement from gas. And then option 2 removes all references to consumption rate and peak values. And those are in the attachments on the site. I sent them over on Tuesday.
Thanks, Aaron. Is that your kind of introduction?
Yeah, that's all I've got. I mean, I know there was some pushback on consumption rate in general, even though it's already included in the code. So I've essentially provided 2 options that does that, electrical only, and then removes all references to consumption rate as it currently exists in the code.
Okay, great. Is there a discussion on what we see in front of us?
Wait, when you say 2 options, are you saying that the tag has to choose between a couple of options? Or could you show us these options on the screen?
Correct. There's a choice here the tag can make. It was kind of unclear in the last meeting if we wanted to remove consumption rate for both natural gas and electric or just natural gas. So,
and what's the argument for having consumption rate generally?
well, it gives you the peak, right? So as you move towards having smart energy grids or other things, you will have on the electrical side, as we're moving towards electrification, you will have the ability to see instantaneous peaks of electrical by different end uses, which may help you do demand limiting or other features within the building.
Eric, is that going to cost more?
So Aaron, you can probably spot, most electrical metering systems would have this ability already. It's just much more uncommon with natural gas.
Yeah, when you're using, a system that for end use and whatnot, and they use CTs, those are actually essentially measuring power and then integrating to get, energy. And so the power data is there. And the fact that we already have consumption rate and peak values in the existing energy code, I don't think it's a stretch, because that was my understanding of the language. And obviously it's not everybody's understanding, but I think the language was already there and kind of hinted at it. So that's the original reason this was submitted.
Okay, so we have Alt 1 on the left, and we have Alt 2 on the right. And which one of them contains a requirement for gas meters to also include that?
Neither of them have gas meters.
Okay.
Yeah, neither of the revisions here have any consumption rate data required for gas.
But the option on the left is the one that has consumption rate for electric.
Correct.
I'd like to move that the tag accepts that one that requires consumption rate for electric, but not for gas.
So Alt 1.
Alt 1. That was a motion.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on this motion? Lisa?
Tiny edit. And, oh, actually, we're voting on the right? Is that what we decided?
Left.
The left. The left is my left. I don't know if anybody's screen is reversed, but it's called, it says Alt 1 at the top.
Okay, yeah, so in section C40941 in the green, the first sentence in green, it says capable and configured to, and we've been eliminating the capable of, so if we could just switch that to configured to be consistent with the rest of the code, that'd be my recommendation. It's in there twice.
Okay, is Dwayne, is that friendly?
That's very friendly.
Okay. Okay, well, we have a motion on the table. Is there further discussion? The motion is to approve Alt 1, which is on the left, as modified, removing the capable of and, okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, and then Krista, my understanding is we don't need to deal with Alt 2, right? Because we passed one of them.
That's correct.
Okay, so the other one is just, we're not considering that one. Okay, so we are on to Mike Kennedy, 128, C410, unscramble refrigeration language.
Yeah, did you get the late breaking version, Krista?
When was the late breaking?
Oh, like 15 minutes ago.
Then no, hang on just a second. Let me see if I've got it.
So basically, the comments on this were Lisa had some concerns about some of the stuff she's seen, and AHRI had concerns about preemption. And I worked with them to address those concerns. And I believe we have succeeded in addressing those concerns. Boy, there's no revisions in this. Okay. So it's the blue, well, on my screen, it's the blue language that have been the changes. And basically referencing the DOE standard rather than the AHRI standard, because that's the correct thing. Refrigerated display cases has been deleted, that section there, because cases are required to be rated, and this is, you can't have these requirements on top of the rating without preemption. And then the walk-in coolers, the first changes here are to clarify the component performance alternative and the U values. And this was Lisa's concern.
We're losing you, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, could you get closer to the microphone or?
Sure, I'm doing all this through my cell phone, so. So the walk-in, the C410.3 is clarifies several things, primarily related to what would be site-built units where they're using component performance and maybe even using frame walls in some situations. So these were concerns Lisa has run into. And then there's an exception to walk-in coolers, which is down. That basically excludes equipment rated to the standard, which is walk-in coolers less than 3,000 feet and components thereof, because you could have a freezer that was utilized rated components, but not all of it was rated. They're regulated and labeled in accordance to the DOE standard. And then I think there's one change. We changed the installation to clarify that the installation is continuous. And I think there's one more change down below, Krista. That this is, well, yeah, we just went by it. But anyway, that's the changes.
Thanks, Mike. Are there comments or questions for Mike?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this proposal and want to thank Mike for his efforts on this. He corralled a lot of people's comments in the 11th hour. So this is a good effort.
Second, Lisa's compliments to Mike.
Thanks. We have a motion and a second. I'd like to hear from Helen.
Hi, thank you. And Mike, thank you and Lisa so much for spending some quality time with Lauren to kind of talk through this. I think we addressed a lot of the issues. I will tell you that ASHRAE did not move forward with any changes or requirements in this space because of a lack of a test procedure and view not worth the climb from an energy efficiency perspective. But we'll put something in public comments, but I think it's so much, it's so much closer than what it was a week ago. And I think Mike really did a yeoman's job of trying to tackle this. So we really, really, really appreciate that.
Thank you, Helen. All right, further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we got through that with 2 minutes remaining. Good job, Mike and everybody. We are on to the next one, which is Mark Frankel. Mark, are you in the virtual room?
I am here.
Great. You have the floor.
All right. So this is a proposal to require on-site solar for projects. There was a modification in the language to C406. It was changed by Reed to make the C406 language more independent of the C411 language. They're very compatible, but they don't rely on each other. During the week, a subcommittee was formed to discuss this proposal based on discussions last week. Most of the discussion was centered around cost to deploy. There was an industry group participating that collected cost data from recent installations, and it showed quite a range in costs, both higher and lower than the cost used in our cost effectiveness calculation. We agreed that smaller systems generally cost more per watt than larger systems and that installation costs continue to come down. It was noted in that committee that existing solar ready requirements in WSEC were not accounted for in the cost calculations and would reduce the incremental cost of this measure. The fact that the measure also has positive carbon impact was noted, but not specifically calculated. And that would probably need to be done if the SBCC committee looked at broader cost considerations that would factor into more comprehensive analysis of measure impacts. And the cost data that we collected as a group during the week to put this forward could go to that committee as well, because I know Chell said that they would be looking at this, looking at costs for these things anyway. We also talked about the fact that we need on-site solar, probably need on-site solar to achieve the 2030 stringency goals for the WSEC of a 70% reduction. And we can't expect to achieve this in a single code cycle. So we need to start scaling up solar installation now. I will note that there was a minority opinion that there were metering challenges and other issues for utilities with broad PV adoption. Gavin, if you want to address that as a minority, that'd be great. But the rest of the committee, I think, was on consensus about moving forward with this. And if anyone else wants to add comments or clarity to that, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mark, for the great introduction. This one, it was not an official subcommittee or anything like that. It was a
working group.
Proponent.
Yeah, thanks.
And the proponent collected some people and improved the proposal. Just to be totally clear about that, Mike Kennedy.
We had a section on offsite solar. Is offsite solar allowed to meet these requirements? I mean, to that section?
That's a separate proposal that I don't think went forward.
For C407, it did go forward. There was offsite, and I think it did go forward. I don't know if it directly, I don't know, this proposal doesn't directly tie into that offsite language, I don't think. Is that your kind of your question, Mike Kennedy?
Yeah, well, I guess I had hoped that offsite solar would be allowed to meet various requirements in the code, in this requirement and in C407. But anyway.
Okay, Nick.
Good morning, everyone. Nicholas Garcia here. And I just, in response to the last question, for offsite solar to qualify, it would have to go through, from a utilities perspective, something called virtual net metering. And right now, virtual net metering is not, a utility can choose whether or not to accept it or not. So it would be a utility choice about the how you would actually get compensated for offsite solar.
Thanks, Nick. I actually had a question for Mark, which was, did the subgroup make any changes to this proposal, or was it just discussing the economic analysis?
It was all about the economic analysis. There were no other changes.
Okay, so there's no other changes to the proposal that's been proposed a few months ago. Gavin.
I just wanted to respond to Mike. Yeah, we did hear a offsite renewables proposal and for 406 to bring that same language in, and it's later on the agenda today. So my read would be that this new 411 would need to be tied into the 406 and 407 offsite renewables if we go forward with that.
So there's some correlation is what you're saying, Gavin?
Correct, yeah.
Yep. Okay, I agree with that. Okay, is there further discussion on the proposal in front of us?
Motion to approve as it's on the screen.
Rahul, okay, go ahead.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Eric Bedell.
Thank you.
Lisa, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just a quick question. So for exception number 3, for C411.1.1, is the intention, I'm assuming that this would also apply to change in space conditioning and change of occupancy, you know, those projects that are required to be brought up to full compliance with the current code? That's a question for the proponent.
I'm not sure I know the answer to that question. How would we interpret this?
Can you restate the question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, yeah, sure. So change in space conditioning and change in occupancy is considered a type of alteration. And they are required to bring the building up to full compliance with the current code. And so I guess the question is, because we're going to get this question, I'm sure of it. And so I'm just wondering if you have some feedback about that.
The answer would be yes, because there's no exception saying otherwise.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the language in item 3 says alterations that do not include additions. So if they're not, so if they're not making it any bigger, then I would say it does not trigger that.
No, actually, a change in occupancy or a change in use says go back and comply with the whole code.
Should we reference the specific alteration section? Lisa?
Yeah, that actually might help, you know, alterations per section.
How about alterations other than change of use or change of space conditioning?
Yeah, alterations other than a change of space conditioning or occupancy. Yeah, that'll take care of it. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you, Lisa, and good response. David, ready?
Yeah, I was just trying to think through
if, say, a building had only 75% of the roof area covered, are you confident you could still meet this criteria?
That's a good question for Rahul, because we looked at a lot of different coverage areas and how much roof it would take. Rahul, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, we did look at the coverage area. I mean, this is a pretty small requirement. I mean, 0.5 watts per square foot is not extremely small, but it is small enough that most roofs should be able to accommodate it.
Okay, we hit our 7 minutes. I want to note to everybody that we can't change this going forward, but go ahead, Rahul.
One thing I'm just looking at this now, and we have additions in there, but we probably want to put some sort of backstop on this, like a 4K. So if your system, the 0.5 watts per square foot for addition comes out to be less than 4 kW or 2 kW or whatever that backstop is, that it is exempted. I just wonder if you want to make that change, Mark. Mainly that's a question for you.
I'm amenable to it. It's in the same place we just edited, right?
Yeah. Or it can be another exception. Like systems smaller than 2 kW are exempted.
I'd be fine with that.
Doesn't the 10,000 square foot addition do that?
Well, the language is for buildings 10,000 square feet and larger in the first place.
Right.
Okay, then that covers it. Yep, you're right. Okay, we don't need that. Yeah.
Mike Kennedy, do you have a comment, question?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to get at the intent of item 3. So is the idea that if I do an add alt and I make an alteration of 5,000 square feet of whatever I do, change the windows or something, and I do in a 10,000 square foot addition or a 5,000 square foot addition, I have to satisfy this for the area of the alteration and the area of the addition? I guess I'm a little confused, since the requirement doesn't actually require alterations to do this.
I believe that's what Dwayne was implying with the alteration discussion we had earlier.
And there's language in C502 that says that when doing an addition, you can comply either with the addition alone or with the entire building.
Yeah, I guess my point is the requirement is for new buildings and additions. It doesn't require alterations.
Right.
So I'm confused by why we have an exception for alterations, but.
Okay,
I think that was just to make it extra clear.
Okay.
Okay, we've gone past our 7 minutes by a couple minutes. We need to move on soon. We have an opportunity to clean up any language later during the public comment period and other periods. So let's have Gavin or Elisa or others want to say something, go ahead and do it, but let's have a motion soon.
No, I was just worried, do we need to change that 3 efficiency package credits? Is that from the old 406? We went to the new credit system on Reed Hart's proposal. Is that something that needs to be fixed now or not?
I'm hoping that Krista can go through and do the math such that any C406 proposal that uses the old methodology is translated into the new methodology. Krista, do you feel that that's in your purview?
Yeah, I can probably handle that.
Okay, great.
We already have a motion on the table.
Right, and we just need to clarify whether or not the makers of the motion accept the modification as a friendly amendment.
I do.
Okay.
Wayne, can we addend your, just as, I guess, so Krista, you're intending to make that change to the 3 efficiency credits?
Yes.
That would be happening in this process for sure, I'm assuming. As part of Dwayne's proposal, I guess.
Yes, the tag moved 2 things regarding C406 that were outside of any proposal in general. And one was to adopt carbon as the metric, and the other one to do a 0.1% reduction for each credit. So I think it's well within the purview of staff to modify the number of credits listed literally in the proposal to the number based on those two rules that we adopted as a tag.
Thank you, Jill.
All right, further discussion. I see no hands up. All in favor of the proposal as modified, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, solar, part of the draft code so far. Okay, we are going to Henry. Henry, are you out there? Or is anybody representing Henry out there?
Henry is not here. This is Mark Frankel. I can do my best to represent it, but this proposal's been modified based on feedback, and I think it's ready to go.
All right. Do your best, Mark.
All right, so we're proposing to require mechanical system lockout for large openings in heated space, unless it's the space is heated with radiant equipment. So that's to prevent heating the universe or cooling the universe, which we see all the time. But we've limited to large openings so that it doesn't get super complicated in the deployment.
Okay, I still see the 40 feet in there, which was, I think, a subject of contention.
Motion to disapprove on the pretense that 40 square feet is too small for a lockout. And it's been discussed, and I've had the same position.
Okay, we have a motion.
Need a bigger opening for it to have merit to do all this. Motion to disapprove.
Second, I agree with Patrick on this. More than happy to discuss if we have a friendly amendment for a larger opening.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion. Mike Kennedy.
I guess I'm a little confused by the motion because the current code has this requirement for the interlocking controls at 40 square feet. This proposal is simply eliminating the requirement for a thermostat and changing it to a shutoff. So I disapproving this proposal won't change the 40 square feet. It seems like what's being proposed here is this thermostat versus shutoff, or as long as we're clear on that.
Okay, so this, Mike, in your opinion, this makes it maybe a little bit easier to comply with?
I think they should both be options myself, but and
Okay.
I suppose the interlock, I mean, I think it could go either way, but
Okay. Mike Fowler?
I was just going to comment on the 40 square feet. I hear Patrick's statement, and I think the intent of the ECC was a 6'8" by 3 foot door, or even if it could be construed as a pair of doors, which would give you that 40 feet. I'm just thinking of a storefront condition where the door may be 7 foot or 8 foot. That to put a number out there is something different than 40 feet to try to make it more agreeable to a group. I was going to suggest 48 feet to a pair of 8 foot by 3 foot doors. And that would still, then that would, if the intent was a pair of doors was the threshold, and so that would still allow a pair of doors, but still capture the large overhead garage doors that I think that this is trying to get towards. Thank you.
Mike, was that a motion?
That I am making a suggestion. I don't know how that fits. I would make a motion for 48, but I'm not sure how that fits in now because we already have a motion and a second already on the table. My motion would be to change to 48.
Yeah, we have a motion to disapprove it. So it seems like what you're saying, Mike, is you'd be willing to make a motion to change it to 48 if the motion to disapprove fails. That's what I heard. Dwayne.
Actually, I'll go with Mike on that and go for another thing if this motion fails.
Lisa?
Yeah, I appreciate Mike Kennedy's comments here. So to be clear, if we disapprove this proposal, then we're just going back to what the original language is in the code. We can't remove it. It would be a rollback, of course. And so if there's concern that section 403.14 is being struck, then I suppose an alternative would be to say that a project can comply with either or. But the motion that's on the table right now would be to basically just go back to the original IACC language, which is 40 feet.
Patrick?
I just ran some numbers and kind of on what Mike Fowler spoke, and we do a lot of 3 foot by 8 foot by stacking doors, so that equals 72 square feet. That's very common. Another common one is an 8 foot by 8 foot roll-up door, which is 64 square feet. So I would rescind my motion if we changed it to 64 square feet. And that would handle an 8 by 8 roll-up door. It would also for any of the 3 by 8 stackers as well.
Okay. Patrick, did you rescind your motion?
I haven't yet. I'm waiting to get a little feedback on 64 square feet.
Okay. How do people feel about 64 square feet? Use your thumbs up or your thumbs or your X's or use your emotions. We have some in favor, some against. So it doesn't sound like it would be unanimous, Patrick. In fact, I'm seeing more against than for. So we still have the motion to disapprove on the table. Maybe we should vote on that. I guess Eric Vandermeer, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Joe. I have not heard all the discussion. I know that Dwayne and I worked on a way to integrate. I just want to point out that the section at the top talks about operable openings. That existing section 403.416 talks about just doors. So operable openings does include windows and other things. So Dwayne and I had worked on that draft to correlate the two sections last week. I don't know if that one got dismissed as I missed part of this discussion. So.
Oh, it just didn't get brought back up in the meeting.
Got it. So yeah, there is a draft that Dwayne and I worked on that integrates these two sections together and is that could be used. And then so this may be just talking about the opening size. Anyways, just want to make sure that we're clear in what we're referring to. So.
Okay, well, we have a motion to disapprove on the table, so that's what we'll eventually vote on unless it's rescinded. Eric Bedell.
Just real quick, it's the roll-up doors, right? I'm just thinking of restaurants across the entire state that is going to be put into a situation to have to do this. And it's not Seattle. I'm thinking of the East Side, the Elmas of the world, the Wenatchees, and they're going to be put into a situation that what are we doing? I want to put a roll-up door in. So again, I agree with Patrick on this. I think that it has to accommodate roll-up doors. And this is why I'm pretty passionate about this. And why I like that 64 square feet. Or even someone mentioned in the last one, an 8 by 7 door is a roll-up door is pretty common. That's 56. So.
Okay, well, I'm liable to call a vote on this because I feel like we're getting there. Patrick, please keep it brief.
I wish everybody would kind of listen to Eric and I. We're probably the ones that see more of this stuff and actually build the buildings and have to buy these things out. And, 64 square feet is still a really conservative number. Wouldn't you agree, Eric?
I would. I mean,
a lot of them are 10 by 10, and sure, the lockout is important, but under 64 square feet, that's a small opening.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. I think we're gonna do a roll call vote on this one. So, Krista, the motion is to disapprove this entire proposal. So let's do a roll call.
Okay, Eric Bedell,
Yay.
CJ Brockway, Martin Connor, Michael Kurtwright, Mike Fowler,
No.
Patrick Case,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
Yes.
Scott Henderson, Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Mike McGivern,
No.
Alan Montpelier, Elizabeth Joyce, Eric Olnon, Andrew Poltorak, Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Gavin Tenold, Sean Vig,
No.
John Lang, motion fails 3-8.
Okay, I'll entertain another motion.
I'd like to make a new motion to approve with 64 square feet.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. And we're still looking at the one on the left here. Further discussion. David Reddy.
Can I just clarify? So the exception for hydronic gradient, is that, could you have that as a secondary system? And as long as the primary, like the system, the non-radiant systems are shut off by the opening? Is that the intent here?
I think so.
I'm not, again, this was an Ecotope proposal. I'm not sure if anybody.
Eric, that's actually your and Dwayne's modification to it.
Yeah, well, the original proposal had that exception one on the left for hydronic, so that was then incorporated down there. So yeah, my recommendation would be move forward with the one on the right that correlates the language and then change that to 64 if that's the proposal. Otherwise, we have some. Yes, so the one on the right's more complete.
Patrick,
Okay,
do
sorry, I
you,
missed that. Thanks.
Patrick, would you, for your motion, accept the one on the right if the language was changed to 64?
Can you move the screen over, or if I can't see?
So let me go through the one on the right really quick. So this just correlates the two sections. So it removes section C403.14, as well as that exception, and it moves, and it, so So we don't have redundant sections C403.14 and C403.416. Then it broadens C403.416 from what's in the 2018 code that already requires the door switches. So this would be less restrictive, slightly less restrictive than our 2018 code, because it now will refer to the 64 square foot size rather than just any door, which I think is a good change. But it'll broaden it in the sense it'll refer to all operable openings. And then we already have those exceptions in C402.511. So we're just putting the hydronic the hydronic system, since it's hard to ramp up and down these systems instantaneously, that hydronic systems, are more radiantly heated base, so they would be allowed to be maintained on and not set back. So that's the gist of correlating these sections.
I'm gonna go with yes.
Okay, so friendly amendment is to use the language on the screen right now that includes the 64 square feet, but the other cleanups that Eric and Dwayne.
Yeah, this is pretty complete, and Eric's right about the radiant heating. They don't ramp up or down.
Great, okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion. And Lisa, your red X is up. It stays up until you take it down. So thank you. Dwayne.
Yeah, I think 64 is too big.
Okay. Well, let's do a roll call vote then.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Chris Burrows. Oh, sorry. Mike Fowler,
Sorry, I had mute troubles. I'm going to vote no because I would prefer slightly smaller than 64.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Mike McGivern,
No.
Arena Resputness,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm.
No.
Motion fails 3-7 with 2 abstentions.
Move to do the same thing, but with 48 square feet.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All right, let's do another roll call.
Eric Bedell,
Nay.
wait a minute. Sorry, my screen just went wonky. Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickenen,
Abstain.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Arena Resputness,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Abstain.
Sean Big,
Yes.
Poppy Storm.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-2 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, all right, well, we're through that one. Thank you for all the vigorous and good discussion. I think we showed how a tag works on that. So we are to demand response water heaters. Sean, are you about?
I am.
All right, I'm going to start my timer for 7 minutes. So you have the floor.
All right, so we worked with AHRI and some industry representatives to do a couple of things in this. I'll start with one editorial thing. As we talk about 2045-B, generally from the conversation, it's been clear that people are talking about level 2 in 2045. Level 1 is the old A. But when you look in the standard, it says you're supposed to specifically refer to the level. So we've included that for specificity. This doesn't change the intent or the actual requirements that we're looking at. It's just a clarification. Working with the manufacturers, we've added a couple of exceptions to make sure that this requirement wouldn't unintentionally capture some heavy duty water heaters where demand response probably isn't the most appropriate application anyway. So these are water heaters that deliver water at above 180 degrees, something that we had talked about before. These are usually used for some kind of sanitation, which is why that replaces healthcare facilities. That's why we had exempted healthcare facilities before, because we know sometimes they need really hot water. The manufacturers talked about the really heavy duty water heaters that meet the SME standard. So they are generally not implementing 2045 really at all in these water heaters, and also water heaters that operate on 3-phase power. There are some water heaters that meet these kind of commercial heavy duty characteristics that are smaller than 120 gallons. So we've made sure that it's clear that this doesn't apply to them. That makes sure that we have product availability and we're not having an impact on this niche market. And then we still have the exception for this bridge that we were talking about before, where water heaters that meet the old A standard plus have the load up functionality, which we know that we're going to have product availability of these, can comply with this requirement through the exception, so that we don't have to worry about when the full level 2 or the -B equipment is available. So since we're not entirely sure what date that will be, but we do want to move there once that equipment's available, this provides that bridge. And you'll notice there's also a little bit of a clarification here. It specifies that it's 2045-B level 1, but we didn't get rid of the 2045-A terminology, even though it's technically an obsolete standard at this point, but that's what's used in commerce and that's what's used in the product literature. So even though it is an obsolete standard, just for usability and clarity for the users, we think it makes sense to leave it in. And we think we have a good compromise that moves Washington as far along as product availability allows us, but still goes beyond where Washington is right now with that very important getting all the way to level 2 in the future and getting at least the load up functionality now.
Thank you so much, Sean, for continually revising this and working with industry. That's great. Are there comments from anybody on this? Questions? Helen.
I really just wanted to thank Sean for all the work he's done with us as an industry to try to make sure that there will be equipment available to meet the standard, meet the requirement in the time frame that we're looking at. So Sean, thank you very, very much. We really appreciate that, and we have no objections to this.
Great, that's great to hear.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Further discussion?
Good job,
Okay,
Sean.
What was that?
Good job, Sean.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We are going to Chapter 5 language cleanup with Lisa. Lisa, you have the floor.
Great. Wait till Krista brings that up. Okay, so the primary purpose of all these cleanups is to incorporate a couple of things. First of all, we wanted to make sure it was clear that under the additions section, that additional efficiency credits are required for additions. Now that language is also now incorporated under the C406 update. So not sure if this is necessary, but I would say that it was a part of my original proposal. And then it also clarifies that an addition can comply prescriptively per C 502.2, or it can comply via total building performance. That was a recommendation that was brought to our attention by folks that are doing large additions and wanting to demonstrate compliance with the total building performance path. If you scroll down a little bit, we did a few just minor cleanups, really didn't change the intent at all about, when a vertical fenestration, if you've got an addition with vertical fenestration in it, when you would actually have to make sure that what revises your window to wall ratio, whether you're going to have to meet one of these additional criteria. Same thing for skylights. If you scroll down. Also, one thing I forgot to mention is that in the IACC, there was a reference that said that projects need to comply with all relevant sections, and so some of that language is actually removed, and so we're making sure that we're capturing all of that. And so a couple things in here, we're making sure that the language points to the correct commissioning section, and also the metering section, and also the change in occupancy section of the code. And so we're making sure that all those sections point to that. Now go down to alterations. Okay, so this is where there was some language that was struck out of the IACC that basically it used to say that you had to comply with all applicable sections, and it listed all the sections, and that language was removed for some reason. And so what we're doing here is we're putting that language back and making sure that we're pointing to all the relevant sections under alterations. So if you scroll down, again, similar updates under skylights and vertical fenestration, just clean up language there. But if you scroll down further, go back up to the mechanical part, Krista. Just a little bit of cleanup there, but again, making sure that it's clear that any mechanical alteration project, you're required to comply with this section, and this includes if in any new mechanical systems that have to comply with mechanical. Scroll down. Under electrical power and lighting systems, there wasn't any language. That was what was struck, is that there's no language that says new lighting systems have to comply with the current code. So we make sure that that got put in there. So that's that new section C503.71. And then that shifts all of the section numbers. Keep scrolling down. And also just general cleanup for all that lighting section. And a lot of that was carried over from the SEC last code cycle. And then under refrigeration systems, we're making sure that it's clear, any components of an existing system that are altered or replaced need to comply with these sections, and this applies to additions and alterations. And all of these sections now point to the correct commissioning section, the metering section, and the change in occupancy section of the code. So lots of cleanup throughout.
Wow, thank you for all that work, Lisa. That's great. Sounds like it makes it more clear, easier for people to comply with code, or at least understand the code, what they need to comply with. Other thoughts, comments, questions?
Motion to approve.
Is written.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Mike McGivern, you said something. Did you want to make a comment?
Oh, I just made the motion to approve.
Okay, okay. We have a motion to approve. We have a second. I don't see anybody's hand up, so let's try a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, thank you so much, Lisa. We are on to Mr. Mark Frankel for CU 501.7 Building Energy Performance. Mark, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. This is a pretty simple proposal to link the Clean Buildings Performance Standard with code enforcement. The thinking is that and existing buildings are going to be doing remodels and retrofits and what have you, and they're going to be subject to a second enforcement within a few years from the Clean Building Standard. And the idea is to get them in front of that and recognize that their EUI is going to comply with the second enforcement process in the first permit submittal, so that they think about whether they should add scope or whatever to make sure they're not going to have to go back into their building within a few years. The requirement is to have them look at the Clean Building Performance Standard and see if they're going to comply, and tell the AHJ if that's the case or not. I'm not intending that the AHJ would enforce that all they need to do is make sure that the building has looked at that and has a plan. So.
Thanks, Mark. Dwayne.
Now, I'm going to speak in opposition to this. I'm not sure I see the point in duplicating what the state rules are doing, and I don't think any of us building departments have any kind of a function by which we receive these reports, or what to do with them, or anything. And it's not talking about projected energy, which is something we know at permit time. It's talking about actual energy use out there in the future. So several years after they apply for the permit, there will be this building that's producing results and submitting them. I don't see the point, and it seems like we're adding some bureaucratic hurdle that isn't going to change anything.
Further comments?
But maybe Mr. Frankel disagrees.
Well, I disagree, Dwayne. I really think it's important for buildings to recognize that they're going to be subject to EUI enforcement down the road. And if they realize that sooner rather than later, they might change the scope of their remodel to address that in the first flush. Otherwise, they're going to go back into their building. They're going to have to redeploy. And that's a much more expensive and troubling process for them. But, I agree with you that I don't think it should be the building department's responsibility to enforce the Clean Building Standard. My point is to just get that in front of the submitter so that they've looked at it and said, yeah, we looked at it. We know what we're doing. That would be the extent of the review for the HJ as far as I'm concerned.
We've struggled to try and figure out how the code can address the Clean Buildings Performance Standard. Trying to figure out how they can connect, because we would hate to write a code where the owner needs to do an audit 2 years after they complete a new portion or renovation of their building. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little concerned I guess I don't know, with the placement, this would apply to all additions, alterations, that sort of thing. So an alteration to a building that's over 50,000 square feet might have to do this, even though the alteration might not be that significant. Is that the intent?
That is the perfect example, because they're mobilizing to do work on the building and they're adding an addition, and this is the perfect time for them to recognize that they actually need to scale it up if they're going to meet the Clean Buildings Performance Standard within a few years, and maybe they want to do more now rather than come back again.
But what about replacing an HVAC unit?
What about replacing an HVAC unit?
Well, that's an alteration. It's covered by this chapter. It would have to do this.
Well, if you were going to replace an HVAC system in a really poor building with a bad EUI, and you made a choice about what HVAC system to put in, and then a few years later you have to go back and upgrade the building, and if only you'd chosen a better HVAC system, you would have complied in the first place, you probably would have been really glad to have this in place.
Yeah, or maybe you have to repair your unit because it's broken and you replace it with a like for like. And you have a short thing. And this seems like this is kind of a process. Seems like there should be some thresholds for alterations, I guess.
Thanks, Mike. Gary.
Yeah, thanks. I think I agree with Dwayne on this one. This code is going to be complicated enough. I'm not sure if we need this additional complication, so I'm just speaking in opposition. Agree with Dwayne. How about that?
We should.
Is that a motion, Gary? Or who wants to make a
Sure,
motion on this?
motion to disapprove.
Second.
We have a motion and a couple of seconds on it. Is there further discussion?
Just one quick comment. Is there a place that I've seen in other proposals an informative note? I don't know if Washington State was looking to do informative notes instead of this being a code section, just an informative note as a possibility.
Krista, how do you feel about informative notes?
I am rather leery about informative notes because the state is not an enforcement agency, and those generally come from the enforcement side of things. But that's not my role, so I'm just leery of it.
No. Okay, thanks, Krista. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. We have a second for it. All in favor of disapproval, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay,
I'll abstain for records.
thanks.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. So we have no, oh, we do have a key issue discussion, don't we? At 10 o'clock. So we are going to go to C406. So we dispatched with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in 90 minutes. So that's an average of 10 minutes per proposal. We're going to go to Eric Vandermeer with C406 building areas and occupancies, 221. So we're averaging 10 minutes per proposal. We need to get down to about 7 or 8. So let's keep it snappy. All right, Eric, you have the floor. Eric Vandermeer. I don't hear you, but I see you unmuted. Are you double?
Okay, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, hear you now. So I guess just to remind everybody, we passed an overarching C406 proposal by Reed Hart, and now we are potentially with each of these proposals modifying the C406 that we passed in small or large ways, just as a context. Go ahead, Eric.
So yeah, this is an editorial proposal to clean up the language and in multiple sections to refer to whole building, building addition, building area, or occupancy type, or tenant space, because we have allowed the C406 credits to be mixed and matched to different areas of buildings and different uses, occupancies in the buildings for for mixed use buildings. So this is kind of would keep us consistent with how we interpreted the last code cycle, 2018 code cycle for C406.
Thanks, Eric. Reed.
Yeah, I just want to point out that I think we addressed this concern in the 206 proposal. What I did there is I went through and replaced building throughout with the word project, and then used the project and the charging language at the top to refer to all these different combinations or types of projects that might be under a permit and have C406 apply. I just felt that was much less wordy as an approach, because every time we might change that section up front, then we'd have to go through and insert more words potentially in every single section throughout, C406.
Thanks, Reed.
So Reed, can this proposal just be withdrawn at this time? It's not needed anymore?
Yeah, I think we've, I saw this proposal and we dealt with that. Actually, I dealt with it in other versions and other jurisdictions by using the word project. Whether it's withdrawn or request disapproval, either way it makes sense, I think.
And this would apply also to the next one, Eric? 220?
Well, Eric, are you gonna withdraw 221?
Let me look at the agenda. Sorry, which one's 221?
221 is the one we're looking at right now.
I see. Yeah, if this one's not needed, then I can withdraw it. Mike, do you have a comment or?
Yeah, I guess I wanted to verify with Reed. Does your proposal include building area, Reed? I thought we kind of limited it to occupancy. And so I guess that would be the one difference I see. I could be wrong.
Okay, muted, unmuted. We went back in and actually revised that based on another proposal that had passed, allowing the building area piece. But again, all that stuff is up front in the first few paragraphs. And it just all covers project.
Yeah, okay, so it sounds like they are the same.
Right.
And Reed, remind me which proposal yours is? I can't remember.
206, and there's an additional revision posted. I mean, there's a proposed amendment to 206 if you want to look at where it's headed in today's meeting.
Okay, yeah, let's just withdraw this one and we can pick it up in 206.
Okay. Thanks, Eric. Good discussion. Let's move on to 220, which is also Eric, and it's on-site renewable energy. And Dwayne, you were suggesting maybe this is similar.
Well, we just changed, we got rid of that chart already. But I think the one piece of this one that Eric has that we might want to reinsert is a separate requirement for unconditioned space for on-site renewable.
Yeah, so the idea for unconditioned was adding this so the buildings that are, parking garages that have covered areas or other substantial unconditioned areas of the building, that they just have a lower threshold to allow this credit to be more achievable. So.
Okay, so
motion to approve.
Lisa made a motion to approve 220 as written.
No, we can't. It's we've already made a substantial change to that. We got rid of that table entirely.
So you want to insert an exception or something for unconditioned?
So I guess just point of order, there's a motion. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, motion dies for lack of second. Go ahead, Eric and Dwayne.
Krista, can we go back to whatever it is we just approved for this section?
The Reed Hart's C406.
No, whatever we did with solar for C406. Yeah.
Do C411 one.
Oh, is it only 411? Do we still have the table for 406?
No, yeah, I think you were correct, Dwayne. This was deleted in Mark Frankel's C411 proposal.
Right, so C406 now basically gives you credit for any incremental amount of renewable. There's no base amount you have to hit. So I guess this one would be kind of moot because there's not a fixed amount.
Well,
It just, you get incremental credits for each 1/10 of a watt you put on whatever building it is.
Your proposal also deletes this table, Reed.
Yes, it does. It does
So
delete
if
this
it's
table.
incremental, then I'll withdraw this proposal. Yeah.
Okay, proposals withdrawn.
I do have a question. And I guess this is a question for Reed. Does your proposal address enclosed unconditioned areas? Or do any of the proposals address that? Because that's a detail that was what I was voting to approve, and I was going to recommend some changes. Because I don't know if that is in any of the other proposals, and we would be losing that. And I understand it's already been withdrawn, but that was the reason for my motion.
I think we just need to review, when we review 206, we need to see if that language is in there. So
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking, it's the renewable credits are based on gross square area, not conditioned area. So it doesn't say conditioned or unconditioned.
for the on-site renewal. Okay.
Yeah. For the
So do we want to maintain the kind of the conditioned versus unconditioned piece of this proposal?
I don't think so, because this is C406 additional credits.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it's no longer a fixed credit. In other words, if you put 1/10 of a watt or you put 2 watts per square foot on the roof, you get incremental credits depending upon what you install. So.
Okay, proposal has, thank you. Proposal has been withdrawn. So I guess we could reinstate it if we wanted, but it's been withdrawn. So now we're going to Gavin for a offsite renewables, proposal 120. Gavin, are you about?
Yep, I'm here. Yep.
Great. All right, you have the floor.
When we look at this, Krista, would you mind turning, because I use this language from 2 proposals we've already passed. Can you turn off the tracking? Yeah. Or if you say no markup on the, or did that turn?
Yeah, it's either simple markup or full markup. So
Let's see what simple markup looks like there. Does that show offsite renewables down there? Yep, that's the one. Thank you. Yeah, so this is a proposal integrating the 407 language that we passed for offsite renewables and allowing for tracking that in the 406 proposal. I had my Word document not very clean last time we looked at it, but this is language if you slide on down a little further there, Krista. So I've built in the same formula that we passed with Reed Hart, and then down there C406.2.5.1 added in the multipliers for distance that we discussed back in July, I think it was. So, and Mike Kennedy, you were referring to that this point, I think, earlier when we were discussing the new C411. So I don't know how this integrates with the new C411 that we just passed, but with that, I'll take questions.
Thanks, Gavin. Can we change the title C4 6.2.5 to on and offsite renewable energy? Just to make it more clear.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, Reed, you have your hand up. Anybody else?
Sorry, it's left over.
Anyone else have questions or comments on this proposal?
Is there actually a section C406.2.5.1, or is that just what you named the table?
That is what I named the table.
I'm going to change that then.
Okay, and again, this is my first time through this process. We have created C411, a renewable category. And I think I would hope that at later steps we find a way to get these offsite renewables looped into that if possible. But I don't think that applies to this proposal today.
Mike Fowler.
I'm just looking to clarify, Gavin, what is being proposed is what is underlined, right? Now that we've done all the compressions of markups, what's left is being proposed as the or offsite, and then the sentence of offsite renewable energy systems. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Mike Kennedy.
This is the same table that's part of C407.
Yes.
So we have it, this would be proposing to add it to a second place in the code.
Well, and that's kind of what I was asking Mike. Maybe the table belongs in 411 that we just created. Probably does, just for clarity's sake.
So I think if we pass this, we could then, the motion could include I don't know, moving this to C411. Maybe that would be too unclear, and consolidating this in the C407 language within C411 and then having them both make a reference to that. That seems like that could be a reasonable motion that would direct staff to do that.
So moved.
Krista, would that be clear enough if that motion passed?
So we would just have it in 411 and then change the section reference here and delete the table out. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, if the motion basically was to pass this proposal, but change, I think, the table and any references to C411, and then also take the language from C407 that has the same table in it, put that in the same section in C411, which would be the same as this one, and then make references to from C407 to that new table in C411.
And
Yep.
would 2 paragraphs down below also go with the table?
Yep. Yep. Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mike Kennedy, you have your hand up. Okay, is there further discussion on this? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, motion passes. We've directed staff to do something that's mostly clear, but I guess if Krista has questions, she can come back and ask the intent. We are 2 low carbon districts within C406. We have 3 from Clarence or Marcus. I'm going to reset the timer. We're going to consider 121A. So Clarence or Marcus, you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning, all. This is basically, so we've kind of read through this, and so the basis of this are the credits towards add definition for low carbon district exchange to C202 to modify heating, cooling service to hot water related mandatory C406 sections for utilizing carbon district energy exchange systems. So I think that I've got Jeff on that's going to kind of help me explain this a little bit better. Jeff, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I think I guess we'll just cut to the chase and try to be quick with this. We've already approved the definitions for the C407 credits previously. So what we'd like to do is align our C406 credits with the definitions that we've already approved. And that pretty much makes the discussion around the two of the four C406 proposals, which are basically just adding a definition, kind of non-consequential at this point. The one that I think is worth focusing on is the extra credit that we're proposing for the efficiency credit that we're proposing for C406. So I believe that is actually our proposal at one of the three proposals that we've submitted there. Unless there's any discussion that we should have on the definitions and where we're including the exceptions.
I would just say that we should strike the definitions from this one so we don't end up with two slightly conflicting definitions. So we already made that change, but take it out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, so from that perspective, I think we could almost just withdraw two of our of the 406 proposals, which are basically just adding definitions in. Does that make sense?
Jeff, let's consider the one that's on the screen right now.
Okay.
Let's consider them one at a time. You are free to withdraw the other ones when we get to them, but this one has other things. So you don't want to withdraw this one, right?
Well, we want to withdraw the definition, right? Because we've already got that in. Yeah.
No.
So then I guess the rest of this is correct. We do not want to withdraw the other proposal, other parts of this. Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there further discussion on this proposal?
Yeah. Could you scroll down to the C406? There's an exception added under C406.2. Yeah, you went past it there. I don't understand what's going on there.
Let's see your exception.
Because this C406 credit is for higher efficiency HVAC, and then you're putting an exception in there, but rather than having an exception, you just wouldn't use that credit, right? What is it you're trying to do?
I think what we're trying to, basically, we're just trying to say that you're allowed to connect to a low carbon district energy system, right? Instead of having a heat pump hot water heat system. So I'm not sure exactly.
I would suggest that exception be stricken because I think it's just confusing and doesn't do anything.
Yeah, so just to clarify, what we would suggest to do is align that with the wording that we've already approved in our proposal 122A.
I still don't understand. I think it doesn't make any sense in the context of an additional efficiency credit.
I think when we get to the proposal, our additional efficiency credit, section C406 that we're proposing, I think it will make more sense.
And which proposal is that?
That one would be.
Is that 121B or C?
I
C,
thought it
I
was
believe.
C.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can consider them in a different order if that would make it easier to understand.
Well, if you're doing this separately, if you have another one for the C406 issues, then take it out of here and we'll pass that separately when we get to that, if it's a duplicate.
It sounds reasonable if you take the exception that Dwayne.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to log back in. Something went wrong with my.
No. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, so it seems like you're trying to say people can take credit for more efficient HVAC by hooking to a low carbon district exchange system. And if that's the case, then it should be located where it is. It should be down below, I think, in the body of the section for that particular exception. The low carbon district exchange, what kind of information do you have about how much actual energy savings are associated with a low carbon district heating system? I mean, this section's pretty much all about efficiency. And I'm not sure that the low carbon district system is that efficient from an energy perspective.
Well, this is Clarence. So what we're looking at is shared energy, right? So waste heat. So what typically would go through a cooling tower, we would want to pick that heat up and share that energy amongst other facilities.
Or 25% of the energy going through that system.
That's correct. Yes.
Minimum. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, because I guess when I see what you have like exempting multifamily from putting in heat pump water heaters if they're connected to the system, that's a pretty big saver for multifamily. And this, I'm just not sure. Is this equivalent?
If I can answer that.
Please, I think you were addressed, so go for it.
Okay. Yeah, so the way that we're setting up the definition of a low carbon district energy system, it's basically going to be 75% renewable energy, and that's either going to be sourced from waste heat or that's going to be sourced from low carbon energy. So, if you compare that to a gas boiler, then it's going to be 75% better than a gas boiler. If you compare that to a heat pump, because we're not using air source heat pumps, we're going to be using water source heat pumps. We're going to probably run COPs of, combined COPs of higher than 6, because you're doing both cooling and heating simultaneously.
Right, but we're generally limiting the amount of renewables that can offset building efficiency everywhere else in the code. And this isn't doing that.
What I'd suggest is that this exception be stricken here. And if there's a separate C406 credit for use of this high efficiency district energy system, that's fine, but it doesn't really belong in here. And the way it's worded, it doesn't make any sense.
Is that a motion, Dwayne?
Well, either they can consider that friendly and strike it, or we could have a vote about this.
It's getting time for a motion, so.
Okay, I move to strike that exception.
And pass the proposal, or just to strike that exception?
Okay, I move to approve with that exception being gone.
Is there a second?
I second.
The other exceptions, or?
Okay, Mike, what could you restate that?
Well, there's a bunch of stuff further down in this proposal that basically says, hey, you get credit for doing this if you.
Oh.
I mean, so you can get the multifamily credit if you're hooked to a low carbon system.
Yeah, I didn't read far enough.
So our goal was just to allow low carbon district energy exchange systems to be connected with this proposal by making sure they're not exempted. That's the goal of this proposal. And then the other CO406 credit that we're proposing is actually an incentive to connect to a low carbon district energy system.
Well, this is giving credit. I mean, like the way this is written, C406.9 is very clearly saying, hey, if you put in a low carbon system, you get this credit. And same thing with C406.81, 82.
Yes, that is, but we still have to, but currently there are no credits available for connecting to a low carbon district energy system, right?
But you're suggesting you're suggesting a credit for this district energy system separately from this, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay,
And-
so
and-
I would like to modify my proposal to strike the stuff we see on red on the screen in addition.
So that's number 4 under 406.8.2 and under 406.9, the ore source from a low carbon.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Mike Fowler.
Yeah, when in reading through proposals A, B, and C, I found C to be the one that is proposing the credits that you would get. I was not liking the fact that how I read A and B was the fact of what Dwayne and Mike are bringing up. I feel that these are allowing a double dipping or double crediting for those systems. I think that proposal C gets to what we are looking to do in terms of having an option and some points available for doing this system, but that it wasn't liking A and B.
Okay, so there's a few pieces of this proposal that are still alive as part of the motion, which are the exception for 403.1.1. And I think there's one just above or below that as well. That are still, yeah, right. The pieces in red on there. Mike Kennedy.
I don't understand what low carbon district energy exchange system, I guess maybe that, but it seems like that is more or less covered by exception 2.
Could you restate that, Mike?
Well, if you up a page, there was an exception for the TSPR thing that was related to district heating. And it just, I mean, these two are again giving credit. The two in the high C404, they're basically saying, hey, if you put in this system, you'd get credit for this thing. So I think it brings back the double dipping. It's kind of this or C. But exception 3 here is kind of replicating exception 2 in my mind.
What I'm generally hearing from you and from others is that maybe we should consider the third proposal, the C, and then that might do what Clarence is hoping for generally, and then we consider A and B after that. Andy.
Hi, is my audio coming through? Okay, great. Sorry, I had some issues last time. Yeah, sorry, I was just going to make that same comment that I think this is a little bit of an either or. It's either they get the credit through existing C406 options or it's this item C. So yeah, I think we need to just jump down to that item 3 first, which is kind of create a separate new credit.
Okay, so we could have a motion to consider C out of order, or we could have a different motion about this and then the next one, and then eventually get to C. So either
Okay,
one,
could I move to table this discussion until we discuss item C first?
okay, and maybe you table A and B until we discuss C. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed, say nay. Okay, let's talk about C. Clarence or Marcus, you have the floor. I think just to cut to the chase here, we could get rid of the definition here because we already have a definition.
Yep. We can remove that.
And then this just also appears to contain the exceptions for things that we just discussed as possibly removing. So just wanted to point that out. And then there is an entirely new credit. And that's, I think, probably what we should spend our time discussing. So go ahead, Clarence.
Yep. So moving into the low carbon district energy exchange system for HVAC equipment performance, no less than 90% of the total HVAC capacity serving the total conditioned floor area and the entire building or the tenant space shall connect to a low carbon district energy exchange system. So I'm going to pull Jeff in here to help kind of go down the list of the different groups that we have here. Jeff, you still
Yeah,
online?
I am. Thanks, guys. Yeah, if you could just scroll down a little bit, we'll get right to the heart of the matter, which is we're proposing a new credit, and you can see it right there on the left. It's a low carbon district energy exchange system for HVAC equipment performance. So essentially what we're proposing is that a building that's connecting to a low carbon district energy system should get some credit for that in their energy efficiency package, because it's similar to other high efficiency HVAC upgrades that there's existing credits for. We have sort of chosen some points there that are based on what we thought was a reasonable number. But obviously, if this gets approved, we'd need to send that back to adjust those points to the new weighting system that has been created.
Okay, Jeff, was there kind of modeling done to show rough efficiency improvements that could make an easy translation, or? I guess.
Not really. It was really kind of just we sort of arbitrarily guessed at those numbers, to be honest.
Okay, that's not what I wanted to hear, and that's not. I guess what we're asking to do is perhaps ask Reed or others if they could do a more robust analysis of the number of points that would be applied to different occupancies under this. I think, arbitrary is not what we're going for in this additional efficiency. We did adopt the two rules that one would be carbon, and the other one would be 0.1% reduction per credit. So I guess if Reed or others could do the math on this, that would be much appreciated. Otherwise, I think we're kind of stuck. Reed?
So rather than volunteer, I would suggest if you look at these credits in comparison with the other credits that are in the 206 proposal, that might be a way forward. So if you think you're saving 5% of HVAC use, we've got credits for 5% of HVAC reduction for heating and cooling. We've got credits for a heat pump water heater. If you think it saves half that, you would take half of those credits, that kind of thing. I think you can align it to these, but you need some idea of what this is saving relative to a standard system. And I'm not sure we're quite equipped to just analyze that out of the blue quickly. So.
We would love to work with you on that and provide any kind of information and yeah, try to nail this number down.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there other comments or questions on the proposal in front of us? Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I'm concerned. I guess, again, this has the credits in like the service water heat for multifamily and other high capacity service water heat. And it's not just a credit for the low carbon district system like the renewable credit. It's basically saying, hey, we qualify for these other things. Isn't the service water heat already have allowances for heat recovery. So how is this different? I mean, I guess I'm getting concerned about double counting and.
Yeah, so the question I heard was, we already have a credit for service hot water heating efficiency, so how does this play with that? And does this allow you to take both credits if you, or is that your question, Mike?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the current high efficiency service hot water already allows waste heat recovery to be, used. So I don't understand why we need to be adding these exceptions or these credits.
Can I answer that?
Please.
So right now, if you were to go through the 406, if you were to connect to a district energy system, there would be 0 efficiency credits from a mechanical system that would be awarded to you, even if that system was 100% low carbon energy.
Right. Again, we've been prioritizing efficiency, not just low carbon. So like the renewable credits here are capped. Generally, you can't just put as much renewables as you want.
Okay, I guess another example would be
credits for service water heat. You do get credit for those currently, right?
my understanding is if you're connecting to a district energy system and you're providing a ready to use hot water source, that there would be no efficiency credits given to you, even if that is coming from a heat pump system that's, running at a very high COP.
Andy Brennan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to look through is, so there is some language about waste heat recovery, but it's just site recovered energy. So I don't think there's any mechanism to quantify that you are meeting that credit with waste heat if it's at the district scale, right? So I don't think that exception covers the situation.
Okay. I guess I'm still concerned about the emphasis on low carbon here versus energy efficiency, but I'll concede on the district. That's not covered by the service water heat.
And part of this proposal adds an exception for C404.2.2 high input rated service water heating system. It adds exception 6 that allows you to take credit for the district energy, the low carbon district energy system. Lisa?
Yeah, I think I'm hearing what Mike is saying on this one, but I'm just wondering if we need a whole separate new credit for this, or if this isn't something that could be incorporated into the service water heating additional efficiency credits, listing it as, because to Mike's point, I am concerned too that having 2 separate credits, one that allows credit for waste heat recovery and another one for low carbon, does that mean somebody could claim credit for both? If we incorporated the low carbon district element of this as one of the options under the service water heating credit, and I know now we're rewriting language, but that would definitely minimize the potential for overlapping or double dipping or confusion about that. I guess I'm just questioning whether we need a whole new credit or if there's a way we could work this into the language of an existing credit.
Well, I feel like what's on the screen now with their exception 6, that's kind of is already doing it. I mean, generally we're allowing, if people meet these exceptions, they get credit. least that's how I thought this gets interpreted.
So Mike, what I hear, and Lisa, maybe you concur as well, that if we simply add exception 6, we don't need anything else in this proposal.
Well, that kind of, I mean, it is allowing it here under the high input rated service water heating, and keep in mind that the heat pump water heater proposal does away with this whole section. So do keep that in mind. But also, I think this proposal is saying that we want to add it as a credit. And so I think that's what we're saying is, or at least I'm saying, is that do we need a whole new additional efficiency credit, or could it be incorporated into the service water heating? Additional efficiency credit is one of the ways to qualify. That way you don't have this potential for somebody attempting to double dip. I know
Andy.
that probably needs some code language wordsmithing, but
Yeah, I mean, no, Lisa, that's a really great point. And I think that's exactly what this kind of credit A, B versus C is does it get rolled into the existing HVAC and service water heating credits, or is it its own new credit? And I think the only gap with it being a new credit is if it wanted to have a different point allocation. So if it did want to have a different number of points available to it, it would need to be a separate credit. And then the other point that I wanted to make is the C4042 and C403 exceptions, they don't give you any credit for anything. They just say that the low district or the low carbon eco district allows you to meet the mandatory requirements of C403 and C404. So it's basically just saying you can meet the requirements of TSPR and the heat pump provisions for water heating by connecting to this eco district energy exchange system that has the renewable and heat recovery thresholds. We've set that bar for the efficiency of that eco district, and connecting to it meets the intent of the, the C403 and C404 requirements. And then you separately need to make sure that they can get rewarded with C406 points, either by making sure that they are able to claim the C406 HVAC credit or service water heating credit, or making a new point that has a different point allocation. And I agree, we want to make it really explicit that you can't do both if it is a separate credit. So I think that's kind of the splitting point, is should it be the same number of points or a different number of points? And then the exceptions are to make sure that you can utilize the system to meet the mandatory requirement, and then separately make sure that there can be some C406 points awarded in whatever pathways appropriate.
So Andy, thank you for your comments. That's great. I am seeing that we could spend a great deal of time on this today, and I would love to, I think the way forward might be to table this and have it go to the MVE committee and give specific instructions to the proponent to come up with 2 options, one of which is a standalone C406 credit, and the other is to come up with another proposal that does not create a standalone credit, but simply adds exceptions into the existing credits in the past C406, with the note that they work with Reed or others to make the number of points less arbitrary in the standalone C406 credit. That's what I'm hearing. Is that, show me your thumbs or your symbols of red X's or whatever, and is that kind of where we're going on this? I see a lot of people going get coffee because I don't see a lot of thumbs up or.
Well, a lot of us are just confused about where we're at, and I'm kind of wondering if it's so late in the game and this has so many loose ends that it might not be a viable proposal at this time.
Okay. I think we've spent a lot of time on this, and it's good to spend a decent amount of time, but we don't have any more time to spend. So I would suggest somebody makes a motion to do something, whether it be table this and ask the proponents to come back with some options, or to pass it, knowing that we will, that the Building Code Council and MV Committee will rediscuss these as well. Reed, did you want to say something?
Well, all I was going to suggest is, again, if you're having another meeting after this one, I don't know if you will, that this could be rewritten pretty easily to probably add on to other measures, so there's no confusion about double dipping, and probably overlay on the existing 206 language as an amendment to that proposal downstream.
Okay, so you're suggesting that we table it and have it discussed later.
Yeah, I'm not on the committee, so yeah.
Yeah, Mike McGivern.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the exceptions only, not allowing the credit portion of this proposal to be added in, or the definitions as crossed out above.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion? Lisa, you have your hand up. Okay. All in favor of the motion, and I'm just going to restate it because it is a little bit convoluted, is passing the proposal 121C as written, except striking the 3 new credit options in that were part of the proposal. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Hey,
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, that is 121C. It will be part of the draft code going forward. We are now going to consider 121A. If the proponent thought that we passed kind of what they wanted with C, they could withdraw A and or B if they wanted to. Otherwise, we're going to consider A right now.
Motion to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove A. I think I heard the end of a second. Mike McGivern, was that a second?
Second.
Okay. Further discussion on 121A. Mike Kennedy.
It might be good to just scroll through it to see what we're disapproving. I mean, the exceptions we've just approved. So it's just the C406 credits. So I think they're doing exactly what
Right, this is essentially moot now.
oh, this was a change we talked about earlier, those bottom 2.
Andy.
Yeah, I think this is what was just kind of discussed as the other option would be just to keep the credits as is and allow these systems to get C406 points for HVAC and service water heating. And it would just be the same number of points. So that's what we're looking at.
Right, and I think the 2 water heat ones make kind of sense, but I'm not sure this exception does. That location.
So the motion is to disapprove this.
There was a standing motion on this proposal already
Oh, yes.
prior to the motion to disapprove. So there was a motion to approve striking all the C406 stuff.
Yeah, and that was made by Dwayne, I believe, right?
Right, and that essentially makes it identical to what was just passed on 121C.
Therefore, I withdraw my earlier motion and to approve with those changes, because that's irrelevant now, and move to disapprove the rest of it.
Okay, do we have a second to the new motion? Because the other motion was invalid.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. is there further discussion on this proposal? Okay, all in favor of disapproval for 121A, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay,
I'm gonna abstain. I don't understand this one, so I'm abstaining.
okay. Thanks, Eric. And I do apologize for going through this so quickly. It's just, I would rather get to everything today and let the Building Code Council and MBE committee discuss it further than not get to a bunch of stuff and have it leave the MBE committee with lots of stuff to consider freshly. So now we're on 121B. Clarence, do you want to introduce what is in 121B? Or you could also withdraw it if you think that it was covered by previous motions, previous proposals that were approved.
I believe that we did cover this. Jeff, correct me if we are wrong on that.
Yeah, I believe that we already have the definition written in
Yep.
there, and yeah, there's already exceptions for district energy, more
Yep.
traditional four-pipe district energy systems.
Okay. You could withdraw it if you thought that it was no longer relevant, or we could vote on it, or whatever. Mike Kennedy.
I guess I hate to totally say low carbon district heating. I mean, we're allowing it, but we're not giving it any credit. So, I mean, this definition, I think, goes away, but down below in the C406 stuff, again, do we really want to say they don't qualify for any credits? We just reject all these, that's where we end up.
Ultimately, our goal was to try to get credits for these efforts, right? So for these connections, we were trying to get across credits towards it. But what we're hearing is that maybe we can, that there's other codes where the credits are recognized, and maybe we can bring these credits to those proposals. But ultimately, we don't want to withdraw this this proposal if we can avoid it. I mean, we'd prefer to see a vote or hear a vote.
Yeah, Clarence, you're fully entitled to that, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Lisa?
Well, as a suggestion, if you scroll back down to the credit language, Krista. Okay, so right there. I mean, the credits do clearly set a higher criteria, not less than 60%, has to be served by one of these choices here, or 100% if for those that are required to have some type of system like this. So, I mean, there is value here, but perhaps there needs to be similar language that says that you can take credit for this, for a low carbon district heating or cooling system, if those systems are not subject to the requirements and then point to the high capacity heating water systems, right? So at least there is a path. I don't know if the proponent would be interested in that, but it's a suggestion.
Okay.
Andy.
Lisa, so sorry, just to clarify that suggestion. So that would say that you can only get credit if you weren't already required to meet the provisions of, I guess that would be C404.2. So basically, if you weren't already required to meet the heat pump provisions then you can get credit. But if you are a group R1, R2, whatever, that meets the high capacity requirement, then there's no credit available.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way to, now that the other proposal was already passed, so now it's listed as an exception, to that requirement for the high capacity systems, that we can't now also offer it as a credit. But if you had it so that if you're not subject to that other requirement, or this is providing a higher percentage, or something like that, so that this is a step above what the base requirement is that we just passed. I don't know if that makes sense, but
Lisa and Andy, what I'm hearing is that we don't have the great code language that we really would like for this, and there might be a viable path forward. So I'm going to suggest that since we passed 121C with modifications, that we suggest that the proponent convenes lots of you and comes to the MVE committee with a few clarifications or suggestions on 121C. I think that would that meet your goals, Lisa and Andy? You're both on mute.
Well, I'll leave it to Andy. It's their proposal, but just I'm putting it out there as an option if the goal is to try to incorporate this as a credit, and if the tag is not comfortable with that language, which was I believe that's what was just voted on, that this would be an alternative.
Yeah, I'd be interested in participating in that follow-up discussion if that's the path forward.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, I would
So
entertain.
Move to disapprove this proposal in front of us.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor of disapproval of 121B, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call. Krista,
Sorry.
no worries.
Okay, Eric Bedell,
Abstain.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickman,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Wayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy, Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Sean Vig.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-2 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, the motion to disapprove has passed. So I would hope that the proponent would take 121C and convene people who made comments today and see if there's better language that could be or I don't know, better language for whomever, more clear language or whatever that could be brought to the MBE committee in 2 weeks. Thanks for bringing this forward. It's a big idea, and I think it does need its day in the sun. So thanks, Clarence.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we are on to Aaron Whitlatch. Are you around? High performance DOAS. Aaron? Is anyone want to speak on behalf of proposal 211 for Aaron? Lisa?
Actually, if you look at the language in this, if you scroll to the body, there we go. I will say that a proposal has already been passed, and I was trying to find the proposal number that kind of addressed the DOAS watts per CFM issue that this and there's another proposal number 109. They both tackle this where they are expressing concern that the 0.5 watts per CFM was not achievable for a lot of systems, and so it was approved by the TAG to increase that to 0.769 watts per CFM. And so I'm just not sure if, I mean, I want to ask the proponent, of course, but I'm not sure if this proposal is still needed because that was already approved. I think that they're proposing to increase it to 0.8 watts per CFM, and we've already approved it at 0.769.
Motion to disapprove.
Second. And a second. Further discussion, Reed?
Yeah, I just wanted to report that the work group did consider an intermediate proposal, and the work group working on 406 and rejected that idea. They thought it was better to just have one clear single proposal for credits. That's all.
Okay, thanks. All in favor of disapproval of this motion, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. This is disapproved. We are on another Aaron Whitlatch proposal, reduced lighting in dwelling units. Aaron, I assume you're still not in the room. Is there anybody want to speak to this one?
Hi, sorry, I just joined this meeting. I know you just moved past my last proposal. I understand I need to be here to, what's the word?
I don't know, represent it.
To recommend that we withdraw it.
Oh, if you wanted to withdraw it, it was disapproved, the DOS one. So now we're considering 210 reduced lighting dwelling units. You could withdraw this if you want, or otherwise we're just going to discuss it.
This should be withdrawn because it should be covered in Reed's overall C406 proposal.
Okay. There was some discussion. I remember Eric Vandermeer was part of that. That if somehow Reed's was, I don't know, removed somewhere, we should not withdraw all the other C406 proposals, but in fact just disapprove them. And Eric, do you want to, or does someone know why that's the case? Reed?
Yeah, my understanding is once it's withdrawn, it's dead forever. If you disapprove it, you can always bring it back for reconsideration. So.
Okay, so Aaron, maybe strategically we don't want to withdraw it. We want to simply disapprove it.
Works for me.
Okay. We don't have a motion on this one yet, I don't believe. So Aaron, do you want to, well, I guess we could make them, if you want to disapprove, Aaron.
To disapprove.
There we go. Motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to disapprove. All in favor of disapproving, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed to disapproving, say nay. Okay. We are on to enhanced commercial kitchen equipment with Ratcliffe. Do we have the proponent in the room? Reed.
So my understanding, and Dwayne, correct me if I'm wrong, we've discussed this with you in the past, that I think the purpose of this proposal is to allow kitchen approvals in other building groups. But my understanding is if you had a school that had a full commercial kitchen and dining area, that would actually be an A2 area. And then you would be able to get the credits for that, you know, using the normal credits. So I don't know, Dwayne, if I'm mistaken about that, then maybe this proposal has some merit, but help me out.
Well, haven't we all already just passed something that says that enhanced commercial kitchen equipment is required in the base code?
Oh, I don't know. We're giving credit for it in
But
the credits still. Did you pass another proposal like that?
yeah, Krista, didn't we put this into the base code? I can't remember which section it was in. Maybe is it the end of C405?
I don't remember. I just remember it being put into 206. Let me see.
Well, while she's looking, Dwayne, so it is correct that if you have a full-blown commercial kitchen, you're going to be under use group A2, right?
Well, the A2 is the dining room, and so there are plenty of commercial kitchens that are, you know, like most school districts have a central commercial kitchen that puts stuff into trucks and drives it over to the schools, for instance.
Right.
Yeah, the only thing I'm seeing is the kitchen DCV stuff. And everything else is in C406.
Okay, well, yeah. Chell, would you mind if we went to the next one and tabled this for a moment?
Please. Do you want, is that a motion to table? For how long?
5 minutes.
Okay. We have a motion to table for 5 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of motion to table for 5 minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, table for 5 minutes. We are now on to 107, another Ratcliffe proposal, fault detection and diagnostic systems. We do not have the proponent in the room. Does anybody want to speak to this? Reed, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so we included this in its entirety in the 206 proposal.
Okay, so a motion to disapprove might be, you know what, that might be a good thing to do.
Motion to not approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove and a second. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. We are down to DOAS with heat recovery. And the proponent, I don't want to even attempt the last name. Lisa.
Yeah, I believe that this is similar. And so I'd like to check in with Reed on this one as well. And where this is creating a separate DOAS credit just where it only specifies systems that have a high percentage of energy recovery. So again, there might be an overlap here where it's not needed.
Yeah, this one's similar to 211, except it has no fan efficiency requirement at all.
Okay, further discussion. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to disapprove.
Second.
We have a motion to disapprove. Further discussion. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, it's actually interesting though, the description of purpose of code change does, oh no, I'm sorry. I agree. I misread it, sorry.
Okay, no worries. All right, all in favor of disapproving this, say aye.
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 Any opposed to disapproval, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We are on to clarification of service water heat pump efficiencies, Little. Do we have the proponent in the room? Does anybody want to speak to this one? This looks like it's a clarification of one existing C406 option.
Yeah, Chris discussed this with me, and and here I'm the non-engineer talking, but it seemed like it was a clarification that was useful for him for pinning down what exactly was meant by this section.
We have a mechanical engineer or somebody else that wants to speak to this clarification. Reed?
Yeah, so I'm just looking at this. I mean, in some ways, this language addresses, I mean, the clarification is not necessarily bad. We do have the language still in the 206 proposal. We did add another language that's much more accessible, or another option, just using the standard UEF that I think is more likely going to be used. So I'm neutral on this. You can put it in. The second part of the proposal, however, is somewhat redundant with what's going on with the central heat pump water system. So, that language has been basically struck from the 206 proposal. So
the 406.9
yeah,
modifications.
Right.
Okay, based on what Reed said, we could entertain. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I guess the intent on clarifying dry bulb and relative humidity was just so folks can't pick any outdoor air condition possible, but still allow some flexibility in what outdoor air condition is selected there. A lot of the equipment is based on wet bulb temperature, not dry bulb temperature for their selections also. So.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have a motion on the table.
Does that include striking 406.9 because it's no longer applicable? Or including it?
406.9 is no longer applicable.
That's what I heard Reed saying, that because of proposal 136, that this has been, that section no longer applies, or it's been completely rewritten.
Yes, you needed me. Sorry, I was away.
Reed?
Yeah, so at least I'm looking at the 206 proposal, and that language is no longer in there. I think it got subsumed by the service water heating base requirement. I mean, that used to be a credit, but now it's the base requirement. So we pulled it out.
So Dwayne, I think the motion may be to review 206 and see if this editorial correction is needed to 206 for somewhere in there.
Does that
That's-
mean that we need to momentarily table this?
Or just remember it when we're reviewing 206 this afternoon. So
We don't remember nothing. I don't know who could take on that task. Is that you, Eric?
yeah, I'll take a look at 206 now. Okay.
So,
Motion to table this one.
okay, we have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion to table second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And I guess, any opposed, say nay. Okay, so we tabled
Go
this.
back to commercial kitchens if you want.
Yep, so we'll go back to commercial kitchens and I guess I'll assume that we will take this from the table in 5 or 10 minutes. Take the one we just tabled. We didn't define how long it was tabled for, but we can take it from the table shortly. So commercial kitchens, Dwayne.
I am now fine with the language as shown on the screen. I don't see I think we were talking about where in the table it strikes the group A2 only, but that's fine because you could have ostensibly an A3 that also had a kitchen, and as long as it has that equipment that they list there, then you'll benefit from having the high efficiency equipment.
Thanks, Dwayne. We have 3 people with their hands up. Kevin's hasn't talked in a while, so Kevin.
Just a quick question. Procedurally, does the tag need to rectify all proposals?
Please clarify what you mean.
That is to make all the language fit together from proposal to proposal, or is that other work for another group?
Ideally, we do that unless it's clear to Krista and staff that that's our intent. I think we need 99% of what we should do is should have consistent language. And then if we can also direct Krista to coordinate things, if it's our intent to coordinate between certain sections.
Okay, thank you.
That answer your question?
Yes.
Perfect. So like earlier, we passed a proposal and then suggested to Krista that or actually asked Krista to put that language into C411 and take it out of 406 and 407. So I think that's one thing we can do. Eric Vandermeer. Eric Vandermeer, you're on mute.
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand. So.
Okay, Eric.
But I am ready to review that other one when we get back to it. So. The one we just tabled, the other one we just tabled. So.
Okay, Eric Bedell.
Just a quick question. Does Energy Star, is that applicable for gas ovens, whoever the proponent was? I don't even think Energy Star is applicable for gas ovens.
Anyone? No?
Google it real quick.
I don't think that is a problem because this says kitchen with at least one gas or electric fryer and then all the rest of that.
But what it's saying is that I think all of it needs to be then. Every component that's gas fired needs to be Energy Star. So just give me Energy Star gas oven. Ovens be Energy Star ratings. There are no Energy Star label for rest. So I guess this is like a hidden code. Like someone's going to have a gas fryer and try to get Energy Star, and they're going to be like, "Wait a second, we can't get that credit." So
we have had this in Seattle code for 6 years now, I believe.
Well, this is not Seattle code. This is
Wait a
Washington.
second.
So you always say this, Seattle.
No, but it hasn't, compliance has not been a problem.
For all electric kitchens, probably.
I just
Yeah,
posted
yes,
a,
there is.
Yep.
Yeah, Energy Star certified gas convection ovens.
Thank
Yes,
you.
they exist.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. And okay, that's what I was looking for.
Great, thank you, Andy. And good question, Eric. Does that satisfy your question, Eric?
It does. It does. I'm a proponent for this as long as that it's for all, you could get it at clients. That's both gas and electric as this. It's great. That's a great thing, but the equipment has to be there in order to put it. I've said that on other proposals too. If the equipment's there, I'm all for it.
Motion to approve?
I'll even give you a second.
Wait,
Hey, all right. We have a motion, a second, further discussion. I see no hands up. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Commercial kitchens, we had an option. Let's take from the table the Eric Vandermeer clarification of service water heating pump efficiencies, I think it was.
Yeah, so I would agree with Reed's assessment that we don't need the C406.9 revisions because that section's been removed. But the clarifications of the dry bulb and relative humidity would need to get integrated into the new location in their proposal, which is section, let's see, thought I had it open here. Section C406263.1, item 1. If we want to make those changes.
Is that in addition to what we see on the screen, or is that?
That exact language would work in their proposal because it's basically item 1 is the same in their proposal as it is on the screen in this proposal.
So can we just strike the paragraph of red text at the bottom and then pass the rest of it?
Correct. And then just make a note that it's now a different section to correlate with proposal 206.
Okay, so Dwayne, was that your, or was there a motion?
Yes.
Okay. And that your motion is to do exactly what Eric suggested you do?
As modified on the screen.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, thank you for your homework, Eric and Dwayne. That's extremely helpful. We are on to drain water heat recovery, I think is the next one. 214. This is another Chris Little.
Yep. Hey guys, sorry I'm late to the party.
Welcome.
So this one's basically, so there's a section C404.10 that allows these sorts of devices, something that captures heat off of the wastewater stream and, you know, for reuse, preheat, whatever. And this is just basically giving someone a C406 credit that elects to do this, right? According to the weighted average calculation of whatever areas it's serving. So at a high level, basically it's giving somebody credit for going that extra mile to preheat or offset heat load of some sort for their domestic hot water system. So, and I think I went with, what did I do, 1 point? Yeah, 1 point for all occupancies, all types.
Reed.
So that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, sorry, Chris, I thought you were done. Reed?
Yeah, so this, it's probably slightly different language, but this has been incorporated into C406261 and proposal 206. So we've got it there. I'm just trying to find what new credits we give it. It, you know, in the new credit schema, we list it as, where is it? Here it is. Oh yeah, so it gets like 30 credits in multifamily, 9 credits in hotels and 3 credits in schools. Yeah. So anyway, we have an equivalent proposal. It's probably different language in C4 in proposal 206.
Okay, that's already passed the tag.
Right.
Motion to disapprove then on the basis that there's a more fully integrated proposal already there that does the same thing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, just looking at the C4, the 206 language, it limits it to shower drain heat recovery, as opposed to this proposal, which is a more general one. I'm not sure, how important it is in other situations. Kitchens seem like it would be things,
I would also say laundry. Laundry is another good, like if it's a commercial centralized laundry, I would be all over that as a proponent. So
go ahead.
I don't know if there's, I know the other one's been passed, but does that just kind of set it in stone? Is that one no longer modifiable?
No, it's anything we've passed this entire session is inherently modifiable.
Okay.
So if we wanted to pass, what we could do is pass just the 406.13 language and then not the number of credits down below, because those seem to be maybe more thought through in the 206 proposal. That's just one option for us. Eric Bedell.
I think you've already answered my question. I like this proposal, but if it could be specific, showers. You said you mentioned laundry and commercial laundry. I don't see there being. I think there's a motion to disapprove this. Is that correct? Because it's already incorporated into the other one. But is there specific language read? You said there was for this.
Yeah, it's in 406 and it is shower drain heat recovery. Now I'd point out we also have a general heat recovery. If you can anywhere recover 30% of the water use, there's a separate credit for just general heat recovery that would probably apply to a laundry. The reason the shower drain heat recovery is kind of directed in that area is you basically are recovering this heat. There's a specific product and then you use it to preheat the cold water going to the shower. So that's kind of a niche sort of thing and relates to this shower drain recovery unit specification that's elsewhere in this code. But I think the other recoveries would be covered by that other measure, the one right after it, C406-262, which had existing language. So
Okay, so the motion on the table is to disapprove this entire thing. If we wanted, we could instead make a different motion and approve this with language that would amend the 206 proposal that is about C406. Lisa.
Yeah, and I hear what Reed was saying, that there is a way you could take credit for this via another credit, but this one's very clear. It's very straightforward in the sense that you can tap into these different systems and capture energy there versus having to kind of do the indirect, which yes, you could do it, but I like the language in this particular proposal, and so I would support merging this with the other language.
Does the maker of the motion to disapprove want to withdraw that motion and make a motion to approve this with some language, or right now the only motion on the table is to disapprove?
No, the maker of the motion is concerned that this would need a lot of work and it's too late in the game. With shower drain heat recovery, we have a pretty good idea how much energy savings we're getting because that's been well studied and predictable. But there's all these other occupancies that some office towers have extremely little rainwater heat recovery to pick up. Others might have a lot, depending on what's on the ground floors. There's just a lot of work to do to come up with a sensible idea of how to say how much credit any one particular building should get. Somebody mentioned laundries, but there's all kinds of other things that have great potential heat recovery, but this would need to be a proposal that was thought out with a methodology for making that call, and it didn't come with that. It came with 1 credit for a straight across the board, and so it's not ready for this code cycle.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. Lisa.
This is kind of a general comment that I understand it is late in the game in the sense that this is, hopefully our last meeting. That being said, it's kind of rolling the dice on when somebody's proposal came up. And so, I'm not sure if, if this proposal has merit, should we be tossing it out today just because it's the last meeting, just in fairness?
Lisa, that's a really good point. And I think if we approve it or disapprove it, the MVE committee could take it back up. So if the proponent wanted to modify it, or anybody wanted to modify it, even if we disapprove it today, it will be considered again. It could be considered again. So it's not totally dead. Eric.
So I agree with Dwayne that the shower heat recovery methodology that's in the proposal 206 is much more enforceable for the showers. I also agree that it'd be good to be able to do this at commercial kitchens or laundries, but yeah, we'd have to have there would be required revisions to this language then, and we'd have to come up with the point total somehow. So limited time to do that.
Okay, we've got another 2 weeks before the first MVE committee, so that language could be modified in the time in that, or it could be part of a public comment that's that happens in 2 months. So there's still time to change things, as far as I know. So
if the tag wants to table this, we can work on the code language, or to pass it with that it would only apply to commercial kitchens and commercial laundries or something. I don't know.
Krista, if we disapprove this, can the MVE committee take it up again?
Yes, the MVE committee can, but if they and the council disapprove it, then it does go away.
Okay, yeah, so if this doesn't make it into the CR 102 public comment, then it would go away. So I'd suggest a path forward would be to have the proponent revise it and bring it forward to the MVE committee in 2 weeks, or approximately 2 weeks. We have a motion on the table to disapprove, and I'm ready to take a vote if Eric and Dwayne are, put your hands down, unless you have more to say. Okay, all in favor of disapproval, say aye.
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 Nay.
Any opposed to disapproval, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Eric Bedell,
Nay.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickman,
No.
Luke Howard, Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
yes,
Marina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy, Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Gavin Tenold, abstain.
Abstain, yes.
Thank you. Sean Vig,
Abstained.
Poppy Storm,
Abstain.
Luke Howard, are you back? Okay, motion fails 3-4 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, we'll entertain a new motion.
Motion to table.
There's a motion to table and we have a second. This would put it, if we don't have another tag meeting, which I'm hoping we don't, this would put it before the MVE committee in 2 weeks. So there's a motion to table, no further discussion. All in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
Aye.
aye,
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have tabled it. And with that, I am thinking it is time for a lunch break. So let's take a lunch break. Let's be back at 5 minutes before the hour, 5 minutes before noon. Let's only take a 10-minute break so that we can avoid having another tag meeting, because I think we're making good progress. Thanks, everybody. See you in 13 minutes. Okay, it is 11:55, it's 5 till the hour, and we are back from break. So hopefully you are all excited to get through this potentially last 3 hours and 5 minutes of tag discussion before this goes to the MVE committee in 2 weeks. Reed, you have your hand up. You have
Yeah, so this particular measure has the thermostatic balancing valves. We originally included that in 206. We removed it because it's already in the base code, can't remember which. And the ECM motors, that's already required in section, what was it, 408?
Just to be clear, the base code does not require that. The base code says for heated water circulation systems that have multiple risers and use a variable flow circulation pump, each riser shall have a self-actuated thermostatic balancing valve. It never says you have to do that. It says if you have both multiple risers and you have a variable speed pump, then you need this. So just to be clear, the base code does not require the thermostatic balancing valve.
Right, and this is Chris, the proposer. The reason I proposed this is because, right, you know, there's a lot of energy wasted on recirculation systems. If someone elects to go that route and do the ECM approach with a self-actuating balancing valve, then there's energy savings. And so likewise, similar to the drain water heat recovery, they should get credit if they elect to do so. So that was the spirit of this one.
And then so were there changes in the 2021 base code that require ECM motors? Or because they were only required at fans in previous code cycles?
Yeah, this is Lisa. Hands up. Yeah, proposal number 182. That was an ETC proposal that was approved. It now
Got it.
requires ECM motors.
Got it.
Okay, so that means the only option then would be basically to withdraw this one, right? Shell?
Well, this would, yeah, I guess we could we could remove the part about the ECM motor, but the base, or they could revise the base code to require this, but the way it's currently worded which was copied from the 2018 Seattle Energy Code, does not require a variable speed pump everywhere, I guess.
So the options of the tag are obviously to do lots and lots of things, but they include disapproving it. The proponent can always withdraw it as well. But what we're trying to do is to mitigate the potential impact if something happened to Reed's proposal, is to disapprove these instead of withdrawing them, if that's the will of the tag. So Reed.
Yeah, so I'm definitely in favor of the thermostatic balancing valves, although just to avoid double dipping, I would say here, we're not required by whatever that other section was. I would suggest that as a friendly amendment.
You're suggesting fixing the base code to require the thermostatic?
No, I'm saying, if you take out the ECM motors and you would say self-actuated balancing valves shall be provided. Well, I think what you would say is probably at the beginning, you would say where not required by section XYZ, self-actuated balancing valves. But that's a friendly amendment if you want to accept it. I mean, we just don't want to double dip. So.
Lisa and Eric, what do you think about that?
Well, I was just say I was kind of getting lost there a little bit on what we were going to hold on to. I will say that if the C406, if PNNL's proposal doesn't include having self-actuated thermostatic balancing valves on each riser, then I would agree with this proposal. I think it's a good idea, and that I would vote to approve the proposal, just removing the requirement for ECM motor, because that's already in the base code now.
I would say, yeah, I would say multiple shall be designed to be variable volume or something, and include self-balancing valves. And you just get rid of the reference to let's see, I'm looking at the language that was put forward.
Yeah, with the means of adjusting motor speed for system balancing.
How do you say it? Shall use a variable volume circulation pump.
Or how about shall be configured with a variable?
Well, that's the use with variable volume is the language from 404.712.
Oh, okay.
Shall use a variable volume what?
Circulation pump. Configured. How did you say it, Mike? Configured for, I don't know.
Well, the Lisa's requirement, or the requirement that got put in by 182 says shall have ECM motor with a means of adjusting motor speed for system balancing.
Yeah, but this here we want it to automatically respond to.
Right.
You could say controlled to maintain.
Yeah. You want to do more than just a means. They have to actually configure it that way.
Controlled to maintain differential pressure.
Does anybody want to take this on as homework for the next hour and then come back?
We're close. We're close.
Okay. Okay, good to hear.
Pressure, and then just put the word and
Yeah, there are some systems that work without a differential pressure. They go off internally off of the pump watts, so they're kind of self-actuating.
Control to maintain differential pressure. Period. I don't know.
I would
Just say
suggest-
with instead of and, with self-actuated. I don't know, that's not, yeah, okay, we'll table, we'll come back.
Okay,
So we do, well, anyway, we do need to exclude where it's already required, is all I'm saying, so.
Well, it's not required anywhere.
Yeah, it's not required. So
Only required if you choose to provide a variable speed pump and you have a multi-riser system.
Okay.
So I made a motion to approve the proposal. I didn't hear a second, so I'm going to make a motion to table to give us a few minutes. Give Eric a few minutes.
Okay.
The language.
Table for 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Eric, does that work for you?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion to table for 5 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Tabled for 5 minutes. We will,
All right, this is another one I did. So state minimum or maximum flow rates for shower heads is 1.8. Wanted to give folks credit that elected to go with low flow shower heads. Benefit for doing that because you're thereby reducing the hot water demand pretty dramatically. Since they're, and it's particularly in a residential application or a hotel, it's a big driver for load. So standard shower heads 1.25 GPM or less at 80 PSI, or handheld shower heads at 1.5. I did the 1.5 because it's kind of tough to find handheld shower heads lower than that. They get a credit for doing that. One for group R1 and R2. So it's got a direct energy savings, was my thought.
thanks, Chris. Dwayne?
I believe we have to disapprove this because it would, the state law that says 1.8, we'd be preempting that, and we're not allowed to in the code.
This is an option that people can pick again, so we're not preempting the code. Just like equipment efficiencies in C406.
I'll buy that. And by the way, I've seen a few affordable housing projects now going in with the 1.25 flow, and it seems to work.
We've done some student housing projects with a 1.08.
Is there any concern about the longevity that these will stick around?
I was going to bring that up because I've seen or heard people talk about installing these, and then it's inexpensive to install a much greater capacity shower head later.
I could see that for a single family house, but I don't think most people in student housing or in commercial apartment buildings would feel free to go and change the shower head, would they?
It costs more money than reconfiguring your thermostat. So,
Mike Fowler.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I'm just, what was submitted did energy savings on a 2.5 gallon per minute shower head, and haven't been provided an update for what is the new Washington 1.8. So I'm just curious, what is the perceived energy savings based on 1.8?
Well, just the napkin calculation that I did, like 1.8, you figure 1.25 versus 1.8, that's like a 20 to 30% reduction in flow. And assuming people take showers for the same amount of time, regardless of their flow rate, I mean, that's a 20 to 30% energy savings on what your system is designed to deliver. So I don't know. I'm sure it would be case by case, but it is quantifiably something. So I would throw a dart at about 25% savings.
And that's more of a question because of we're assigning point credits to it and in that context.
Yeah, and the point credits are going to have to be reworked anyway. So yes, we agree that the point credits would need to get reworked.
Yep. Reed?
Yeah, so for now, you might want to just, it's kind of a 1 to 6 multiplier. You might want to make those 6 credits now. So if that's acceptable, you don't have to come back later. It might be more than that if you can justify it, but it's at least that.
So Reed, I guess procedurally, what I guess we were going to is Krista just going to multiply these by something, or were you going to do some additional work after the tag finishes up to align credits?
Who's that a question for?
That's a question for Reed.
Oh.
Well, at this point, most of the things have already come into the 206 proposal and we've made those adjustments. So
yep.
I mean, we can do additional work. I mean, I guess that requires an amendment downstream, right? After the tag is done. So.
Yeah, and I think we could do something like that, just like we're doing with the VPFs. I think the idea is that once the code is finalized, there's going to be additional modeling, and it might suggest that the VPFs are slightly different than they are now. And the same opportunity exists here, but if it's simply multiplying everything by 6, then then that's something that staff can definitely do.
Well, you could justify more. I'm just saying that's kind of the across the board multiplier that you could apply, assuming the earlier credits were based on some sort of energy analysis.
So could I just ask, I thought that Mike brought up a good point. An analysis was done basing a comparison between 2.5 and 1.25, is that correct? Instead of basing 1.8 as the basis for savings?
I did my napkin calc based on 1.8, Dwayne, not 2.5, since it's the maximum allowed in Washington.
Okay, so you've already demonstrated that the savings, that should be 60, if it's the same length of shower, it should be 67% as much water.
Somewhere in that, well, I say 80% as much water ish. 1.8.
I guess my point was for
70%.
pointing that the 2.5 to 1.5 was assigned 1 credit in the proposal when it should have been based on 1.8. So I'm going to say, just for rough numbers, half. So I mean, it should have been half a credit. So that's where I'm saying I don't think we're getting the same amount of savings as what was originally proposed. I'm saying this is probably about half. So if it went from 1 to 6, I'm thinking it should go from 1 to 3. But those are just rough prompts.
Yeah, I'm looking at the heat pump water heater savings, and there's way substantially higher, and this is not going to be the same as that, but I think 6 is reasonable. I would just off the cuff.
Are we ready for a motion? Motion to approve with 6 credits.
Do we have a second? I am not hearing a second. So motion dies due to a lack of second. Anybody else want to talk about this or make a motion on it?
Motion to approve is 3 credits on the scale that is in Reed's 206.
Is there a second?
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this proposal? Reed?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, well, let's do a voice vote. All in favor of approving this as modified with 3 credits, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes.
Okay, I sent Krista some revised language via email for the last one.
Okay. Are you ready to, okay, high efficiency circulation systems? We'll do that next. That's 2:15.
I just gave a entirely new paragraph because I didn't want to track all the changes in my haste. So then we just have to discuss the point credits, I guess.
I'll make a motion to approve the language on the screen.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, and I think there was Eric said we should look at the number of points down below as well, but certainly before approving it, we should review the whole thing.
Well, this uses the old point system, so we'd have to come up with some new credits for it.
So you're proposing the same number of credits for an apartment or a hotel as you are for an office tower or a retail store?
Yeah, this one, I'm not sure is a 6 multiplier. When we analyze this, it actually, the savings is not huge because you're having to maintain a moderately high circulation temperature. It does save, there's no question. But it was on about an order of one or 2 credits in the new schema, so.
Reed, is the language and scope roughly similar to the 206 proposal?
Well, we had it in and we pulled it out. I'd have to dig up the original 206 and see.
Right now you're allowing what, heat tracing in the 206 to get credits, which we're not sure if folks are gonna, I mean, there is, Legionella is concerned, and we've gotten a lot of pushback for turning off circ pumps in systems. I mean, you're gonna kind of be doing that in certain risers here, but you're still able to move some water, so.
Yeah, I mean, you could, lacking anything else. Well, the thing is, the heat trace system reduces the total piping exposure. It gets rid of the restriping. So there's a little more savings. You could probably go with half of what we've got in 206 for heat trace, which would be 3, 6, 2, 1, and probably NA. I don't think you see much of this in retail. And then about 4 points for other.
Okay, to the maker of the motion, is that considered friendly?
Yep.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion, seeing no more hands up, let's take a voice vote on this. All in favor of the modified language from Eric, as well as the number of credits modified below, say aye.
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 I think the 1 was supposed to stay, Krista, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I think the 1 was, according to what we heard on the phone, that, yeah, 1 was supposed to say 1. Any opposed, say nay. Okay. We now have a credit for high efficiency circulation systems modified. Okay, next one is UPC peak demand pipe sizing. Leitner, is there a representative of?
Yeah, this is Chris Little. I'll jump in for him as well. He's a rushing plumber. But basically, this one is if you're implementing the Appendix M sizing approach to the domestic hot water system, inherently your pipe sizes are going to go down in diameter, right? The peaks are lower, they're reduced, less conservative than Appendix A code basis for sizing. And if you do that, it translates into an energy savings, one for heat loss from point A to point B, but also the recirc piping. So kind of along the same vein of optimizing the high efficiency circulation system of the previous credits, this one's doing the same thing. This one would require though like a parallel approval in the 2018 or amendment of the 2018 Washington UPC or Washington Plumbing Code, State Plumbing Code, to adopt Appendix M, because it currently does not have that as an approved appendix. So does that make sense to everybody?
Chris, if Washington State adopts Appendix M, then why would we get additional credit for it?
Because it doesn't say that you shall design by Appendix M. It says that it's an option. So you can still have larger pipe sizes and therefore more energy wasted by designing by Appendix A, in the traditional fixture unit method. But if you elect to go Appendix M, which is more streamlined, which is more, call it modern, then it's directly translated into energy savings for the building, for the life of the building.
Okay.
It's optional.
Okay, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm going to vote strongly against this, because here's a situation where we have something that's the Appendix M method is going to, yes, save a lot of energy, but also saves a lot of money. Pipe sizes go down 1 or 2 sizes all around, and the insulation gets a lot smaller. And so I think we're not seeing anybody here not using Appendix M now, where King County did approve that. So I would say that this is just free ridership, that everybody's going to do this anyway because it saves money, and there's no sense offering additional credit for something that is what everybody's going to do.
Hey, Dwayne, to I guess to that end, should the TAG recommend that the Building Code Council adopt Appendix M for everybody?
Absolutely.
And just remember, in the last code cycle, the Appendix M proposal that was submitted did not make it through the UPC tags. So we do need to this would help get some motivation from another side to get Appendix M approved at the state level. So.
Krista, I'm assuming that the TAG has no ability to compel the Building Code Council to consider, or any other TAG to consider, Appendix M. Is that correct?
They could certainly write a minority report to the plumbing tags if they do reject a proposal to adopt Appendix M. They could do that, but it would carry no more weight than anyone else doing.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Eric, do you have more to say?
Oh, just that we need energy savings ideas, and there is obviously a hurdle with the state plumbing code tag, and we need to show them that this saves energy as well as saving cost for piping. So
right, but the energy savings should be real, and I think in this case they would they're going to just be automatic.
Okay, Mike Fowler.
I was going to vote to not approve, but based on my understanding is that within Reads 206, something similar to me, it's quite similar in his 406.2.8. But so that's why I thought we already had something like this already included in what we've previously done for 206.
Correct.
Reed?
Yeah, I'd confirm that we have this in here now. I have to state some confusion. I thought we did have Appendix M in the adopted Washington code based on some staff report I got back, but if that's not the case, you would probably need to get that in there as an approved path to be able to use this measure, but it is already in 406 and we've assigned credits to it.
There are certain jurisdictions throughout Washington that have adopted this, King County for one, City of Bellingham, I believe, others, but not
And in
as
the other counties, you're allowed to, you just have to ask permission for it, but you can still use it.
And we did provide points for both. I mean, this is for multifamily appendix. We provided points for hotel with an informative note saying that you would have to get a plumbing variance. So I guess you could still do this and get a plumbing variance anywhere, even if it's not in the code. We refer to the main standard in the Uniform Plumbing Code.
So if we said something like, if Appendix M is not required already, then you can get this credit with that.
Well, I kind of disagree with Dwayne. I mean, yeah, it's maybe it's a gimme, maybe it's a free rider, but it definitely provides energy savings. And unless we think everyone is really doing it, then I think we still want to encourage it. It's a substantial savings.
Well, what plumbing contractor would bid to do 2-inch pipe where they'd be allowed to do 1.5 inches or 1.25 inches and save all that money and use thinner insulation? It's just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I can see that side of the argument too, but again, it does save energy and
Okay. I guess I'm unclear. So if the state hasn't adopted Appendix M, can people still use it and comply with code in general? Or does it need to be adopted by a jurisdiction for someone to do it? If it saves money, then it would seem that if people could do it, they would. But if they're prevented from doing it because the state hasn't adopted it, then they wouldn't do it. Is that?
You can do it, but you have to ask the local official for a special permission to do it.
It's essentially a code alternate to
Yeah.
do it unless it's been already pre-approved by certain jurisdictions.
Awesome.
Eric, do you have any more to say? Your hand is
Well,
up.
I guess this one could be dismissed and go with the one that's in Reed's proposal, so.
Anybody want to make a motion?
Disapprove?
Motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor of disapproval, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay.
Abstain.
One abstention. Okay, this is disapproved. We are going to go on to heat pump dryers. Is the proponent in the room?
Yes, I'm here. I'm Austin with Rushing, mechanical engineer.
All right, you have the floor.
Great. So thanks for letting me do this. This is my first time proposing some code alternates, and I just wanted to go over it really quickly since I know we're short in time. Really, the goal is just to add an option or a benefit to building owners, and that if they go with a heat pump dryer, that we give, they'd be able to get some C406 credits. The Department of Energy says that dryers are the largest consuming energy device in a general household or apartment. So this could potentially get around 30% in reduction of energy usage out of an apartment or condo. So potentially a big savings just by switching to heat pump dryers. The cost ranges from, it could be cheaper or it's more expensive. It just depends on the type of dryer they get, if they go high end or low end. So it's kind of just, here's some points if you go for a more efficient dryer.
Thanks, Austin. Eric.
I'll just highlight that this also avoids having to bring makeup air into the unit for ventilation. As we build tighter and tighter buildings, that's going to be become harder and harder to get the makeup air for ducted clothes dryers into these multifamily buildings. And so this keeps people from opening their windows. Their operable windows as allowed by the mechanical code during the winter to run their dryers to get adequate makeup air and from stealing air from the corridor. So definitely want to incentivize these. The point total needs to get revised for the new system. But yes, good measure.
Thanks. I'm just going to say that the residential code has something about residential units, and it says all of these need to be installed for the, at the time of final inspection. And this has something similar, but maybe a little bit more vague. So I'm just going to say that we could borrow the language from the residential code, or there might be clearer language that could be adopted by this group. Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm just a little, I really like this. I'm a little concerned about that last sentence, that it seems like you could get credit in a hotel that had one dryer in the basement, right?
Yeah, so I'll be honest, I don't know how to word my proposal to avoid that, but I'm afraid of that as well. I want there to be essentially it only apply if it's a very large laundry room.
Did somebody say that it would, with central laundries, it would typically be one a dryer per 8 units? Is that right?
That's right. That was included in proposal 088. This is Ben speaking. I just wanted to point out that this would be in contradiction with the language in proposal 088 that was included and approved in Reed's C406 proposal. The language there required Energy Star most efficient dryers and that only applied to group R2. Energy Star most efficient dryers doesn't limit to heat pump dryers, although that is 80% plus of the dryers that fall under that certification.
So we've already done this essentially?
Yes, essentially this proposal would limit to heat pump specifically, where Energy Star most efficient would allow other types of dryers, assuming that they meet the Energy Star most efficient criteria.
Reed?
Yeah, we've got this in as C406 213. I don't know if Rahul's here. And I'm just looking at the most efficient dryers on the Energy Star site, and I would say, 80% of them do say they're heat pump. So not all of them are, and then we've got, it is only R2, and we've got a proration if you have certain, let's say you put these only in half of your apartments, we would prorate it based on that in what's in the 206 proposal. We didn't provide for central laundry rooms. That just got too convoluted when we discussed it in the working group. So, and we do require them to be installed, I believe.
Already in the 206 proposal, Reed?
Yeah, it's C406 213 in the 206 proposal.
The requirement was that they were installed before the certificate of occupancy was issued.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we originally included central laundry spaces with the one piece of equipment per 8 units, but the Energy Star most efficient dryers that are available, they're not available in the commercial side, which is what typically would be used in that instance. So we removed that language.
Okay. Eric Bedell.
A great proposal. I want to do a motion to approve on this, but before I do that, I'd like to understand what you meant by that. We can mimic what is in the residential code for wording on that.
Yeah, so we have in the residential code, you can get an optional credit under R406 for having Energy Star equipment. And there's language in the residential code that says that they need to be installed at C of O time or at another time like that. And that's all I meant, is that we could mimic that language.
I would say that's phenomenal. So I would like to put a motion to approve with the potential of changing the language to reflect or in accordance with the residential code, this proposal.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve with the idea that the installation timeframe mimic what's in residential R406 code instead of the language we see in front of us. Is there further discussion? I still see lots of hands raised. So I'm going to call on Mike Fowler.
Thanks. I was seeing this as additive to what's already in Reads 206, in that we would be providing points for Energy Star dryers that are not heat pumps. And what I would like to see is when we reevaluate the point totals here is that this is sort of like the point two. Point one is the non-heat pump Energy Star dryers. Point two would be the heat pump Energy Star dryers. And then that credit or that line would then get additional credits or higher credits compared to the Energy Stars that are not heat pump. Hopefully that made sense.
Thanks, Mike. I put the language from the residential code into the chat. And this is part of credit 7.1 for the R405 table. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I had a problem with, I guess it's the application to R1 and then the second and third sentences. The second sentence seems to say, would exempt any other clothes dryers that aren't for residential or individual use. So something that was going to be used by, someone in the building that's not an individual, like maybe staff in a building would be excluded. And it seems like that would be a majority of the drying energy. Somehow I just feel like that needs to be a lot clearer what's going on. The third sentence seems pretty clear, but seems to kind of contradict the second one a little bit to my reading.
Dwayne?
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with having two C406 credits that are almost the same thing. That in the Venn diagram, I think there's a 90% or so overlap here, and I don't see any benefit to adding this to what we'd already put in and already assigned, by a rational method, assign some credits for in the 206.
So this is okay. So this is a new credit in addition to whatever else was in.
Yeah.
In the code. Okay. So what I heard in testimony was that we could, I don't know, something about the second sentence modified. And then in the motion, it was to add the resident language from the residential energy code, which is now kind of below that. Are there thoughts on how the second sentence would need to be modified, or should we just take a vote on the motion as it has been stated?
I feel like the second sentence maybe should be eliminated. I don't know. The first sentence requires all domestic, and maybe that's the issue of domestic, but all clothes dryers located to be this.
Maybe it doesn't say domestic. Maybe it just says all clothes dryers. I don't know.
Yeah, is there a reason why that's domestic? Why wouldn't you say all clothes dryers located?
I wanted to avoid like a hotel with industrial dryers.
I get it.
Heat pump industrial drivers put up just too much heat, not an energy benefit.
Got it.
Well, but if they put in a few other dryers, then they qualify for this credit?
So I'm definitely fine eliminating the second sentence. The third sentence was really only to maybe avoid doing if we add that language about, you know, 1 dryer per 8 residents. Because I definitely don't want this to apply to 1 dryer. I want it to apply to as many as possible to seek a energy credit, energy benefit.
I guess, yeah, so now we're gonna say that a hotel could, if they just had a couple, I mean, how is this ever gonna, so that's only hotels that have a heat pump dryer in every unit?
It seems like it applies more to multifamily than to hotels. Because we're not talking about central hotel systems, industrials.
But if it was limited to R2, I wouldn't even be raising the issue, but.
I have done a hotel where they have put dryers in them. It wasn't for all of them, but maybe half the units, and you know, they go cheap. So this could be a way to get them to put more money into a better dryer that's more efficient. And I do kind of disagree with comparing it to the other proposal. Heat pump dryers are a step up. Maybe we can get the heat pump dryer taken out of that other proposal you're mentioning, to have a 2-tiered option for people to, they get lower points for conventional or the hybrid dryers. And then if they go with the heat pump dryer, they can go get these points from C406.
Okay, that would require some rework and probably a half an hour of our time today if we're going to do that, I would guess. So I would suggest that we do something with this, and then Austin, if you and others want to, or if anybody wants to consider removing the heat pump from the other proposal that's passed, and so that this one has more weight to it, and then change it over points, that they're welcome to, and bring that before the MBE committee or make that as a public comment. So with that, Eric, you made a motion. Do you want to modify your motion to include the strikeout of the second sentence here?
No issues there, yeah.
Okay, so I'm seeing no further testimony being asked for, so we can vote on this. So all in favor of the motion, which is to accept the proposal as modified, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Abstain.
Okay, so we have, so this passes. We are on to another Austin proposal. Radiant heating and cooling.
Thanks again. So this is similar. My goal is just to try to propose providing C406 credits in order to get this radiant heating and cooling into more buildings. Again, the Department of Energy thinks this is the most energy efficient type of mechanical system you can offer in a building. Potential savings range from 20 to 40% more efficient in HVAC. It reduces fan power, it reduces everything, and increases thermal comfort. I don't know if I need to go into more details of why it's beneficial, but how it's written is gonna be probably a big chunk of this conversation. I threw out what I thought is a pretty strict code proposal, and I'm fine modifying it in any way.
Like
And-
the word aggressive being part of the code.
Also, the point system, I would probably want to change that to reflect the new point system.
Yep. And just my assumption is that to the extent that we don't specifically, that the tag doesn't specifically modify the points to be in the new system, that Krista will go in and do that. So Lisa.
Yeah, a couple thoughts about this proposal. I like the idea. So just comment to the proponent. I like the idea. But the concern I do have about it is that it's pointing to, ASHRAE's chapters in the ASHRAE design guides, or in their HVAC systems and equipment book. And I don't know how a jurisdiction would enforce this because it doesn't list the specific criteria in the code. So I guess I'm just looking for feedback from the tag about that element of this proposal.
Mike McGivern or Dwayne, do you have opinions as our resident code officials?
This is a problem. We don't necessarily know what to look for there. What do you think, Mike?
Mike's getting some more coffee.
I would like to point out that I sent a revised version of this, and this isn't the revised one because the code section in the actual table, it's from my next the 13 more aggressive HVAC system set points. That's for actually my next code proposal as well. So it's just that code section title is mislabeled there.
Okay.
Yes, just a question for the proponent. Would it be feasible to incorporate the key criteria?
Sure. The main reason why I wanted to do that is because essentially radiant heating and cooling, you lose about 13% capacity per ASHRAE. So it's like you have to have a 13 or 15% buffer in capacity to provide the same heating and cooling. And then ASHRAE goes into depth about providing humidity control to avoid condensation. So we could just strike out those last couple sentences and say provide adequate capacity and yeah, that's about it.
Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about, I guess, and this is mostly residential, but I haven't found heated floors in particular, but even heated ceilings to be particularly efficient. Generally, I think most of my encounters with heated floors have been, generally the bills are pretty high. So I do have some concerns whether there's energy savings here, particularly when the heat source is part of the building thermal envelope or embedded as a layer that's in the same structure as that.
Should I reply to that?
Mike, was that a question for Austin?
I get it. I mean, it's just a comment, and I don't see that there's any. I mean, my experience is there's not a lot of. It might not be the negative savings. The savings might be negative here. So yeah, go ahead and respond to that if you want.
So in the Department of Energy's report from 3 or 4 years ago, they did specify this is the most energy efficient system they've seen out of an HVAC system. So there may be 1 or 2 situations where a single room, sure, it's not as efficient, but we're looking at overall building efficiency. If this is a system, and we're going to all electric heat, we're going to all ERVs in buildings, then this is going to be forcing people to use water source systems, which are inherently more efficient and, you know, less refrigerants, less things like this. So they're better and more green in general. So I think overall as a building approach, it is generally more efficient. And from our designing at Rushing, we use systems that use this, and we did find that is significantly more efficient.
Okay. I can see this being used in a lot of single-story slab buildings in Eastern Washington. So that's part of my concern. But if you guys have experience, that makes me feel better.
Yeah, I think I'm going to chime in with Mike's comment that if without a design criteria, right, that would be very specific, you know, you have to design to this higher performance criteria. I can see, yeah, I can see some buildings taking credit for this that perhaps are not the most efficient.
Thanks, Lisa. I was just looking at the language in here and wondering if it's enforceable or not. Is this, Dwayne or Mike, is that enforceable language, or is that?
If it were commissioned, I think it would be enforceable, but as it states right now, I see it as unenforceable.
Yeah, and the language would just end up in arguments at the building code counter when it says provide adequate conditioning and provide, you know, and minimize convection and meet comfort require, you know, those are all very vague, hand wavy terms. So it's not, it wouldn't make any difference if all those sentences were gone, because there's no standard.
No. Reed? Reed, you're on mute if you're trying to say something.
Oh, yeah, unmuted. Okay. So I agree radiant systems can be very efficient, but there are a couple of thoughts here. One is a lot of the savings comes from getting rid of the fan systems. And I think Washington has already moved quite a way that way with their ones for cycling fans and DOAS. So I'd say half the savings is already in the Washington base code. And the other potential savings is kind of the next measure coming up on the docket, which is with radiant systems, you can relax the set points, and that's quite legitimate, but it almost seems like they need to be combined here to really get defensible savings. So those are just two thoughts related to this.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion or a
I'll move to disapprove.
Again.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion, and Krista, you just pasted something on here. What?
Right, this was Austin's revised proposal that I somehow missed. So this is the different language that he had submitted as a revision.
Just scanning it, I'm not. It doesn't look radically different. Oh, okay. It has different title in the table. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second for it. Is there further discussion on this proposal? Okay, all in favor of disapproval, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion carries. This is disapproved. We are going to temperature set points. So Austin, you are up again.
Okay, and this is the last one from me, but I had some feedback from Eric initially on this. I had more aggressive set points, but the idea is we're trying to promote increasing thermal comfort. For many people, it's very different. The 70 and 75 from ASHRAE, that kind of is the standard set points for a lot of buildings, was designed a long time ago, generally based on male body types, back when that was the workforce. And so the idea here is that we're trying to change that and to promote energy benefits, but make it so that tenants cannot change these set points. So it's literally, we're raising it to 78 for the summer and lowering it to 68 for the winter, so that anything between that is locked out during peak design times of the year, so that the system building energy system in the building does not have to perform as much. So this is I'm part of the WELL Building Standards Thermal Comfort Advisory Board, and this is something that's in that standard or is being proposed currently. So this is something that's just a benefit, and it's something pretty easily doable for most HVAC kind of controls from a control standpoint.
Okay, thanks, Austin. Mike McGivern.
Yeah, Austin, while I agree with the premise, how do you see this as being enforced?
So it would be just an installer when they go to check controls. They can literally try lowering the temperature. If it doesn't go below 78, then they pass. Or if it doesn't go above 68 when they're in heating mode, then they pass. So it's a simple check, and it could even be on drawings, labeling that the controls have to have this set point limit, which for like VRF systems or split systems, that's an easy setting that you can achieve.
So what's to preclude the building engineer from changing the set point based on comfort complaints?
Yeah, I mean, that will be the challenging part, is to do checks down the line, or seeing that people don't go back and change. So I'm not sure there if there's any people that have recommendations for that, or if it's not something we need to worry about for this. It's 78 in the summer. Most systems aren't even, most people won't even see a difference. So I don't know if it's going to be really bringing up much complaints, but I do understand your point.
Thanks, Austin. Dwayne.
Yeah, that's my thought, is that the first time somebody calls downstairs and says it's too damn hot in here, they'll just adjust the temperature, because that's what building maintenance engineers do. So I think the longevity of those set points is not dependable. If there are no further comments, I would move to disapprove.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this proposal? Okay, all in favor of disapproving this proposal, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. This is disapproved. And we are on to high efficiency gas appliances. Kirshner, Dan, are you on the line?
and is not on the line. This is Gary, so I'll be speaking to this proposal, if that's okay, Joe.
Please.
So relatively straightforward here. We took this information straight out of the 2021 IECC, and it would be to add back in as options efficient gas fuel water heaters with the points as shown. And again, those points shown are straight out of the 2021 IECC, realizing that these points are not representative of an emissions baseline. So if you can scroll down just a little bit, just keep on going. So the underline there is just adding again efficient gas fuel water heaters with an efficiency of at least 95% to get the credits as proposed. So that's basically it.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, are there comments or questions for Gary?
I'm looking at the 2021 IECC efficient fossil fuel water heater. And it gives like for our climate zone 3 credits. Is this align with what we're doing here?
Well, I thought it did, unless I looked at I'm sure I was looking at the 2021, not the 2018. Maybe Reed, can you help us out here? Do I have the right credits in there based on the 2021 IECC? Do you recall or do you know?
I'd have to pull it up. Let me get there. Take me a minute. I don't know if you want to have other discussion while I'm digging that out.
I guess I was wondering, there's a heat pump water heating proposal. And I'm wondering how, and that passed, and I'm wondering how that plays with this additional efficiency option.
Yeah, well, good question. I noted that in Reed's, and I think I'm looking at his most recent revision of 206, that he's got a line in there that says, if proposal 21 GPI 136 is not included in the final WSCC, then replace the rule above with the following. To try to deal with that, I guess, at this point in time, I would ask maybe that these lines then just be inserted below that, or further analysis is needed to see whether there would be anything here that would qualify.
Dwayne.
Yeah, I don't follow the math, and I don't really, something seems odd because in this case, we're getting as much credit or sometimes twice as much credit for this efficient water heating, which I think we're talking about something that's 125% efficient instead of 90% efficient. How that gets these same results that electric heat pump water heating does, where it is 2.5, 3 times as efficient, so that that's the difference between 250 or 300% versus like 30%. This heat pump water heaters, heat pump should be like a quarter or a fifth as much point value.
My understanding of, and I'm hoping Reed can help us here, and if I grab the wrong number.
Yeah, the 9 is the correct number from the 21 IECC for group R and I occupancies. And again, that's based on cost, not carbon. I mean.
There we are. So we're talking, well, no, IECC uses site energy, don't they?
No, they use it. It was based on cost, and it's, based on 0.25% per point. So,
Yeah, and we don't do energy cost here for analyses in Washington State.
yeah, I mean, if the committee wanted to move forward with a proposal like this, we could come up with some numbers for that based on carbon.
Well, and I know, Reed, that you did, I think, some initial calculations, I believe, and sent that out that would plug some numbers in here based upon emissions, correct?
Yeah, I think we did some. Not always
And
easy.
if I
to
might,
find.
I think, Reed, if I'm looking at your old email, I think you were showing 71 credits for R2 and 22 credits for R1.
Yeah, and that sounds correct, although we should clarify if the new baseline is a heat pump water heater and that goes through, then we would be looking at a different answer. That was
Right.
looking at a mixed gas electric baseline. So.
Right.
Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I was just noticing I guess the numbering confuses me a little bit. Like looking at line 8, it talks about C406 821 through 823. And is that referring to the individual options underneath 82? Like where it
Yes.
says you shall comply with one of the following.
Yes.
So I'm not sure that that would be a correct reference. Since
Well, I'm
there's a-
splitting, see, I think I see what you get at. So I was kind of splitting up, I guess, adding specifically a gas water heater there. So the reference in 8 to 8.2, 1, 2, and 3 are specific to those types of high efficiency water heating.
Right. I think maybe using item 1 through 3 or item 4 might be at least technically, I'm not sure about the form, but technically.
I see what you're saying there, Mike, and if, I'm not going to argue with you about form on that. Certainly that could be corrected.
Because otherwise people might actually, go looking for a code section. And I think the C4069 has a similar issue.
Yes.
Eric Bedell.
Yeah, this comments to Gary and Reed, and what you're saying is that the point totals now probably not reflect or are correct, right? They're going to be changed based on a ratio of how efficient a heat pump water heater is. For example, Dwayne used 3 times, right? So this is only whatever it is, 30 or 40%. So there would be some ratio there. But does that sound correct? Like, for example, and I don't know how you got these points, but Reed, you mentioned that you could redo the points based on a ratio, I guess, of efficiencies compared to electric heat pumps. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, we need some direction, I think, from the tag of what baseline to use. Again, the current adoption is a heat pump water heater as the baseline. And if you look at that with carbon, it's going to be tough for a gas water heater to show savings on a carbon basis.
Yeah, if the baseline is the code that includes heat pumps, heat pump water heating, and the tag adopted the 2 rules that the points are based on 0.1% carbon savings for each point, and that they're based on carbon. So Yeah, I don't see how you would get positive points based on the current code.
Well, proposed, now I just want to remind everybody that yes, the TAG has voted on the heat pump proposals. As you might imagine, there might be testimony in opposition at both the MBE and SBCC. And if for some reason the SBCC chooses to disapprove and to revert back to the original code language, then I would propose it would be a good option in this table to have these high efficiency gas options. So that's the kind of the what if here. And as I read Reed's most recent 206, he's got that little disclaimer in there that I would propose that we insert that below the line and plug in numbers based upon emissions then rather than these credits.
Is that a motion, Gary?
Yes, let's make it a motion and see if it flies.
Okay, so
So
the motion.
do I need to reiterate then?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to approve acknowledging that we need to change these credit amounts to credits based upon emissions, and that those credit amounts would be approved if the heat pump proposal does not get finally adopted by the code council. Does that make sense? I understand it's getting a little complex there.
I think it's clear in your pre-motion arguments, you mentioned that it would be inserted below a certain place.
Yeah, let me, I think I've got that up on my screen here. It looks like in the proposal, it's right below line 15 in the credit table. Reed has highlighted in blue. If proposal 21 GP1 136 is not included in the final WLCC, then replace the row above with the following. And that we would add then 2 lines below there representing the
Hey, Gary, could I just
propose changes?
What if we just copied that caveated language and just put it in at the top of your proposal?
Okay.
Or Dan's proposal? I think that might be clearer.
So that'd be great. You want to do it now or
yeah, you have a motion to
wanna-
approve this, and I think if we copy pasted that language about the caveat into the top of your proposal, then we'd be doing exactly what I think you want to do. So
that sounds good to me.
Okay, good. All right.
I'll second that. The only way this gets approved is if heat pumps, which doesn't get approved. So it'd be a good thing, and at this point, it's a good thing to have high efficiency gas appliances.
Yep. And then I think the other thing that was commented is to strike
Strike the credit numbers that are in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Either input something specific or a comment that credits would be based upon emission factors adopted, something like that.
Yeah. So that would be, I think, just striking that, right? Isn't that the intent? The section C 406.8.1. And then this is, well, I guess I'm a little bit confused as to the writing of this. Some. Is the intent that 9 includes just option 4? Under C 406.8.2?
Yes.
Okay, so it should say efficient, 9 should say efficient gaseous fuel water heating in accordance with section C 406.8, option 4, or something like
Right.
that.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we've got that. While Krista works on this, Lisa, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, just a minor comment. It references gaseous fuel water heaters. I think the code uses the term gas fired or fuel fired. So it's
Yeah,
just,
that might be better, Lisa. I had picked gaseous. Gas fired would have been better. I wanted to get away from the fossil fuel language, acknowledging that there will be some renewable natural gas available, and is available today, as a matter of fact, just in relatively small percentages. But I think probably gas fired is maybe better language than gaseous fuel, or gas fired. I think would cover that.
Okay, so I think we're mostly through the wordsmithing of this thing.
Options 1 through 3 rather than 1 through 4.
Under 8.
Yeah, under 8, correct. Yeah, because option 4 only refers to the gas fired.
So 9 would be option 4 and 8 would be option 1 through 3.
Correct. And then we could change the words gaseous fuel to gas fired. And they probably show up in both option 9 and 11, and then down in those added paragraphs too.
Okay, so I'm gonna restate the motion, Gary, and then you tell me if you agree. The motion is to approve this as being modified with the caveat that it would only occur if 136 is not adopted as part of the final code. And with other modifications on the screen, and with the caveat that the number of points for each option would be modified based on the rules adopted by the tag about 0.1% carbon emissions per point. Is that?
Yes. Yep.
Great. Are there any further comments on this proposal? Okay. Krista, why don't we do let's risk a voice vote. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
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 Okay, Krista, let's do a roll call.
Doggone you guys.
Your WIC number is this one, 140?
Yes. 140.
Sorry. Okay, Eric Bedell,
Yay.
yay or nay? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Mike Fowler?
No.
Patrick Hayes?
Yes.
Gary Hickinen?
Yes.
Luke Howard?
No.
Dwayne Johnson,
No.
Mike McGivern,
Oh,
Marina Rasputnis,
No.
David Reddy, Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Gavin Tenold,
This is John, Gavin's alternate. No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
and Sean Vig.
No.
So motion failed 3-9.
Do we need a motion to disapprove?
I feel like I asked this of Krista earlier, and if we do not approve something, we don't need a separate motion to disapprove. Is that correct, Krista?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I feel like we've done that on a couple other proposals where we have adequately taken it from the table, dealt with it. So unless anybody thinks the rules or otherwise, let's move on to 213.
This is Michael Curtright. Krista, I just joined the meeting about a half an hour ago.
Okay.
So.
Would you like to vote?
Sure. I'd like to vote yes.
Okay. It does not change the outcome, but your vote is recorded.
Thank you.
Okay, so Krista, high performance temperature maintenance system.
Yeah, this is Reggie Krister. And basically this one is in spirit of all the C406 measures to include a heat pump water heater instead of electric, in lieu of electric resistance for domestic hot air recirculation. So the code allows electric resistance for your recirc. However, if we were able to use a heat pump here and award some credits for, taking on this energy measure, you can have a better COP of 2 versus 1 in your recirc. And so if a building owner, opted to go this route, I think credits should be awarded for, sticking to the spirit of energy efficiency with the Washington State Energy Code.
Thanks, Reggie. Are there questions or comments?
Yes, I've got a couple. I'm liking this, Reggie. The second sentence seems to have gotten a little bit confused. I'm thinking what you meant to say was service hot water recirculation systems shall use heat pump technology. Is that right?
Yes.
So I'd like to propose that so it would, instead of what we have in that second sentence, service hot water would stay, and then we'd say recirculation systems shall use.
This is Lisa. I'd like to chime in on that, and that are we talking recirculation systems or circulation systems? Because they're two different things in the code.
This is recirculation.
So this is because the recirculation is the one that's typically applied to like residential applications.
Correct.
Okay. So not circulating systems.
Correct.
So the first sentence says circulation. Is that the correct word?
Well, it's hitting on what she was getting at with multi-riser service hot water. That's hinting at residential recirculation.
No, actually not. In the code, when it talks about circulation systems, it gives guidance on, circulation systems that have to have a pump and temperature maintenance. And then there's also, electric, heat systems. And then there's criteria for recirculation, which is something different. And again, I'm not sure if which one you're pointing to. I thought circulation was the correct term, but I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
This would be for maintenance for maintaining loop temperature for a domestic hot water distribution system. So the recirc line coming back to the plant or to some reheater location, rather than serving that with electric resistance, we would propose a heat pump of 2.0 or better. So I don't know the language difference between the circulation versus recirculation, but that's the spirit of it.
Yeah, is Eric Vandermeer on?
He peeled off. We can
yeah.
touch base with him after this if we want to table it or something.
No, we don't want to table. At least I don't think it's a problem.
It is. They're two distinctly different things in the code, but if we leave it circulation, then that would be correct. Recirculation would not be correct.
We have a definition to read. Can we read the definition?
Yeah, if we call up the code.
Does one apply to hydronics and one apply to domestic or service water?
No.
Is it in mechanical code?
No, it's in C404. We get questions about this, and people get confused. So here we go. So there's circulation systems, right? And there's the criteria for circulation systems. And then there's demand recirculation.
Well, demand recirculation is a separate thing, yeah.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying that if we're going to use the correct term, it would be circulation systems. It would not be recirculation.
Okay.
I would agree.
So
agreed.
So now it'll say service hot water circulation systems shall use heat pump technology.
Yes, that would be.
So I think it should say multi-riser service hot water circulation systems shall be provided with an air source or water source heat pump. Yeah.
No, shall use heat pump technology is what you got there, right?
Are we close, or is this homework for somebody for the next 5 minutes?
No, I think we're just about there. We have
heat pump technology. Yep.
Yeah.
Shall use only heat pump? Or are we going to allow electric resistance backup?
Well, no, this is for an extra credit. You're doing it with heat pump.
Correct.
And
that's the spirit of it.
My only other question for you is why is such a low COP if you're talking about a 60-degree entering air temperature? It should be a COP of 3 or something, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Dwayne. We were noodling on this. Some of the smaller heat pumps, if it's like say you're using a integral tank type heat pump system, some of them don't quite hit 3. But that's a fair point. I mean, we could make that be the case.
What's a good number?
2 is safe, 3 is good. But I just
How about we split the difference?
Okay.
2.5.
2.5.
Okay, I'm done.
To that point, I believe we inserted some language for UEF as well in the other places that we've done this. So a COP of this or a UE or something that the UEF qualifies, because usually equipment with UEF doesn't have a COP.
Well, I'd like to, rather than, I mean, unless somebody like during the next hour could come up with the correct UEF to tell us and we could open this back up and go forward.
I think probably someone could, Dwayne. I mean, we've passed several proposals. I believe have it in it.
I just don't know what the UEF would be in this case.
Mike, are you volunteering to do some homework over the next?
I actually think Dwayne should do it. But I'll.
If someone wants to make a motion to table this and assign it to somebody, then we can do that, or we could dispatch with it in other ways.
I'd like to make a motion to approve as amended on screen.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. I see Mike Fowler's hand up. Did you have something to say, Mike?
Oh, I think that's a leftover because it was earlier before Lisa brought up the recirculation piece. I saw maintenance and I was like, when I saw maintenance, I was thinking, does that mean the system goes down for repair, that you're just maintaining it in that sense? But it's the recirc. So I think that got answered for me. Thank you.
Okay, Reed, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so in the other option where you're providing a smaller heat pump, it's a COP of 3 at these conditions, or a separate option is a UEF of 3.4 based on DOE requirements. I guess do we think the language is clear enough that you've excluded trace heat and you've excluded electric resistance heat for this? I mean, do we need only heat pump technology or something like that? And the other concern I have is, you know, we're trying to heat water now up at 120 to 140 degrees with a heat pump. And that's, you know, I mean, these are the COPs at these rating conditions at 74 degrees. It's almost like you need a separate heat pump for the maintenance from the main source that is doing, you know, trying to heat the incoming cold water. So I mean, do we need to require 2 tanks? That's all. So
I think other language requires that there be a separate system for temperature maintenance.
Right.
That's it.
Unless it's a multi-pass, yeah. If it's a single pass heat pump, then it's got to be a separate system for temperature maintenance. Did you say, Reed, that we already have something that pegs the COP at 3?
Yeah, we do. In 206, we're pegging it at 3 at these test conditions, or the alternative is UEF of 3.4.
So are we still having a problem with it with a COP of 3?
I think 3 is doable at those conditions. So.
Michael Cartwright.
Just kind of some general questions. This is in 406, so this is for additional points.
Yep, it's optional.
It's optional, and it's covers any occupancy. Well, the occupancy is listed there in the table.
It was R1 and R2 only, I believe.
Is that clear in the proposal?
It should be clear in the table. Scroll down.
Yeah, it's 1 point for B occupancy.
Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
I would just suggest to clean up that only the mandating the heat pumps for this credit after the word use or use. Type the word only. Use only heat pump technology for temperature maintenance.
Okay. Mike Kennedy.
Are these, the credits just flashed up and I didn't, those seem like pretty high credits. How are they calculated?
They were not, that was a dart throw. I mean, just because you have for residential R1 and R2 occupancies, they're larger, more robust systems. Basically cost more is the thought. They should get more credits due to the impact to energy savings. But it was not terribly scientific, to answer your question.
Right. It seems like, I mean, do you think the temperature maintenance, just based on the relative values, it seems like you're saying temperature maintenance is like 30% of water heat usage?
Yeah, because it's like eternal, right? I mean, it's always doing something as opposed to just at demand conditions. So when you total it up over a year, it ends up being a real something worth looking at.
And what's the comparative efficiency then of doing the heat pump research instead of some conventional?
Instead of resistance, I mean, it's double or triple or more efficient.
So that'll, if recirculation is what, something like 40% of the total hot water energy use, you will have improved, you will have cut into that recirc total energy use by 30% or something, 40%.
Something like that or more.
I guess I believe that in some of the, I don't think I believe that in R2.
Okay, I think we're gonna run into trouble if we try and estimate the number of points. What we did for the residential energy code was have someone who would actually run these through a few models and tell us the number of points based on the adopted criteria. I feel like that we just haven't been able to do on this one. Would it be possible for the proponent to later run these through with the adopted criteria of 0.1% carbon savings per point and come back to us with a more realistic number of points? Or is it possible for somebody else to do that? And I guess that it goes across several proposals, but I think it's,
I'm a guilty party. Yeah, I could. We've got access to those numbers because we've looked at this temperature maintenance stuff. So
that'd be great, Reed. If
I just can't pull them out of the air at this moment.
I know. Why don't we, I think we have a motion actually. Do we have a motion to approve this one?
I have a quick question. What I heard earlier was it's applied only to R1, R2, and I'm not seeing that here.
Yep, I agree, Michael.
I misspoke.
You what?
I misspoke. It's not R1, R2. It's what you're looking at right there, Michael.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Could we approve this with no points shown and with the points to be determined by Reed?
I think that sounds like a great idea. Like if it said TBD for all the points, and then we say, Reed, thank you so much for.
So I would make then such a motion to approve this as we modified it on the screen without the point totals, knowing that Reed was going to stay up all night and do it for us.
And you want this when?
TBD.
And Lisa, you were the second on that motion, if you're okay with this amendment to the motion.
Yeah, I accept the amendment.
Okay, Michael Cartwright and Mike Kennedy, you both have your hands up. I don't know if you have more to say or if your hand is just getting tired from being up all the time. Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry.
Mike Kennedy, I don't.
No, my hand was accidental.
Okay, all right. All in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We are going with enhanced kitchen and laundry equipment. Who is going to talk to this one? This is 088.
Yeah, this is Ben Laley with Noresco. I can speak for Rahul on this.
Please.
This is the language that was a part of Reed's C406 proposal. And we discussed this earlier with the other heat pump dryer proposal that was approved. I guess I want to make a motion for the tag to disapprove this since it's already been included and approved in Reed's proposal. But I just want to make it clear that like Dwayne said earlier on the other heat pump proposal, I think there's probably a 90% overlap here between the two proposals. I think they both provide different flexibilities in their own right. This one being an Energy Star industry standard that allows for heat pump dryers, which is about 80% of the Energy Star most efficient dryers, as well as gas and electric resistance dryers, assuming they meet the Energy Star criteria. And the other heat pump proposal provides flexibility in that all heat pump dryers would apply. So I'm not against the other proposal. I just want to make it aware that there is a large overlap, and I think it would be very odd for us to move forward with both, and would maybe provide, there would be some confusion in the industry here with which should they go. Can they get credits in both if they have a heat pump dryer that is Energy Star most efficient? I think that would need to be addressed, but both have been approved, so I don't know what the practice is from here.
Well, this one has not been approved. So
Yeah, well, this language is included in Reed C406
Yep.
proposal.
Okay, so you can't make a motion. You're not a TAG member as far as I know, but your comments are very, very appreciated.
Motion to disapprove for the proponent.
Second.
Okay, further discussion. All in favor of disapproval, say aye.
Any?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we are our last C406 proposal in the lot. This is a Mark Frankel. This is adding a number of points to the C406 requirement. Mark, are you around? We discussed this earlier, and my recollection was that I think originally Mark had like doubled the number of credits or gone from 6 to 9, and then there was some suggestion that based on other efficiency that passed, maybe we didn't need to go from 6 to 9, but
I'm gonna make a motion to disapprove on the pretense of what I said earlier when we talked about it, that it's dartboard math. And we have a good C406 proposal that Reed put together and is voted through. So I think this one should go in the trash can.
okay, thanks, Patrick. We have a motion on the table to disapprove.
I got a second.
We have a second from Gary. Further discussion.
Well, I don't know what happened to Mark. I thought he was going to submit something, but I was going to propose that it be, instead of 9 credits, it'd be 7 credits or 8 credits if the heat pump water heating thing did not pass, and 9 credits if neither the heat pump water heating or heat pump space heating proposals passed. But yeah, that would have been my preference.
Okay, Dwayne? Mike Kennedy.
I was going to say more or less the same thing, that I think if the heat pump proposals pass, maybe 6 is just fine, but if they don't pass, then it seems like we need to get the efficiency somewhere, and this would be the most logical place. So could it be passed with a contingent number, just like the phrasing we put in the other one, like if the heat pump proposal passes?
Yeah, that one was voted down, if you remember correctly.
Not in 206, though.
That was the gaseous one that we tried to compromise, where if the heat pump was voted down,
Right, but
this would, yeah.
we borrowed that language from the current 206 proposal, I believe.
Just saying.
Okay, so there's a motion to disapprove, and then there's some other discussion. Gary?
Yeah, and I think I seconded the disapproval. Part of my issue is, now that the credits are based upon emissions, there's I can't automatically correlate what 6 means or what 9 means or what 7 means or what 8 means. I think that Reed has suggested some credits, I think. So I just have a problem trying to correlate them.
Eric.
Yeah, nothing to say more on this one, but I agree that you could vote this one down. Motion to vote it down.
We have a motion, so I guess why don't we take a roll call vote on this one, because I expect dissension. So I don't see anybody's hand up, so let's do a roll call vote.
Okay, Eric Bedell,
I'm going to say yes, right, for disapproval.
Yeah, and I'll just, for everybody's, I'll restate the motion is to disapprove this. So, yep.
Michael Curtright,
Yes.
Michael Fowler,
No, and I'll follow up later if I need to with other comments.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Yes.
Scott Henderson, Luke Howard,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No,
John Lang, are you still voting for Gavin, or is Gavin back?
I don't believe Gavin is back, so I'm a no.
Mike McGivern,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy, Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Sean Vig,
No.
motion fails 4-8 with 1 abstention.
Okay, there were some suggested motion fails. There are some suggested changes. I don't know if those
Okay.
want to be brought forward into a motion.
I would like to make a somewhat complicated motion. In that first paragraph where in 3 places it says 9, I want to change that to 7. And then add another paragraph right below that that says the credits stated above shall be increased to 8 credits if either the heat pump water heating or heat pump space heating proposals do not pass. I forget which numbers those were. Or 9 credits if neither of those proposals pass.
Space heating is 103. Water heating is 136.
Thank you. Then for low energy spaces, I would like to, there's exceptions. In exceptions 1 and 2, there's a 5 that I would like to change to 4. And then in the last paragraph, there's a 9 that I would change to 7 with that same paragraph copied under it.
Reed, are you suggesting we do 7/6 of a credit?
I'm sorry, I thought I was typing into my calculator. I guess I'm suggesting that we make all these multipliers on the credits, and that way it'll be compatible with the new credit system.
I'm very happy to multiply all the numbers on the screen by 6.
Well, what I would say is, because we have variable credit requirements, I would make all the credits, 1.16 for the 7. And then 1.5 would be the 9, and let's see, what's 8? 1.33 for the 8. You see what I'm saying? In other words, multiply the credit requirements by these factors.
And I'm hoping Krista will do that for proposal.
Okay, all right, yeah. I mean, that's another approach. So
I'm a little confused though.
That was missed in the original proposal.
So this one should be
7.
7 as well.
Yeah.
Good catch.
And Reed, you're suggesting that these values should be multiplied.
Well, all I'm saying is, if the base was 6 before, and now we have a whole new set of requirements different by building type, then what we're going to be multiplying by is, 9/6, 7/6. Yeah, it's just a fraction multiplier.
No, this is the total points you have to achieve.
Right. In the old schema, it was 6 points, but in the new schema, it's 40 points, 60 points. I mean, it's a whole different.
So each typology would be increased by the fraction 9 divided by 6 or
yeah
7 divided by 6.
And you can just leave it that way, with that being the understanding of how this would be interpreted applying to the new schema. That's all.
Should the sentence about credits going up if things don't pass be moved down below the exceptions, since it uses the word above? And then should it say 7, where the above reference to 7 credits would change to 8? So the the places where we say 4 credits don't get changed to 8.
Yeah, that would be the advantage of using multipliers.
I would say the above references to 7 credits shall be changed to 8 credits.
I like that.
But it should probably move down below to the bottom of the whole chain.
I agree.
Or just say, get rid of the above.
Yeah, it probably needs to be in italics rather than underlined. So
yeah, it's not part of the actual code.
Right.
Well, do you want to adjust the 4 credit one as well, or does that
No,
stay
that-
4 credit regardless?
I think I could just leave that for low energy spaces. They have a hard enough time.
Okay, so that was Dwayne's motion. That is Dwayne's motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. The complicated motion. I am going to restate it as motion to pass what we see, what we've modified over the last couple of minutes here, which includes the number of credits with the understanding that what this will do to Reed's C406 proposal is, if it says 71, then it will be 71 points required for a typology, then it would be 71 multiplied by 7/6 or 9/6 or whatever happens based on that. That's your motion, Dwayne?
Yes, and rounded to the nearest whole number.
Rounded to the nearest whole number, yes. Okay, to keep us all sane. And we have a second on it, Mike Fowler.
Yeah, my hand was to voice support in what Reed was saying, because that was aligning with exactly what I was looking to say as well. Thank you, Reed.
Okay, Lisa.
Just a question for Dwayne. So your intent is that for the two exceptions, those will remain fixed. So if 103 or 136, whether they pass or not pass, the 4 credits, that's a fixed number.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
unless you'd like me to make it more complicated.
No, this is great.
Oh, complicated. Okay, I'm seeing no more hands up. I am going to ask for a roll call vote on this one. So Krista,
Okay, Eric Bedell,
Abstain.
Michael Cartwright,
Abstain.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickenen,
Abstain.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Irina Resputness,
Abstain.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
so motion passes 8-1 with 4 abstentions.
okay,
Did I miss someone?
I was wondering that. Any tag members that were not called in the vote? Okay. So we agreed after our key discussion and after lunch to consider the meeting minutes from August 13th. So that is the next discussion item. The motion that was made earlier, so let's look at those. And then we are going to go back to 114 and Lisa's proposal.
Having read the meeting minutes from beginning to end, I move to approve.
Do we have a second? Your enthusiasm has not attracted a second, Dwayne. Let's look at the meeting minutes from August 13th. Any comments, any questions? Any motions?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have approved the meeting minutes from August 13th. We are now back to the section 4, where we're talking about chapter 5, and this is proposal 114, Lisa Rosenau.
Great.
Changing.
Call it up. Okay, so the requirements, the purpose of this proposal is to address change in space conditioning. And the requirements for change in space conditioning and a change in occupancy, they don't fully align with the requirements for an addition or an alteration. And the requirements, they're technically a blend of the two. However, this is not described very well in the code. It requires spaces undergoing this type of alteration to be brought up to full compliance. However, as currently located in the 2021 code, there are elements associated with updating an existing building and systems that the code handles inconsistently between a change in space conditioning and change in occupancy. So what this proposal does is it moves change of space conditioning into section C505 with change in occupancy, and it expands this section to incorporate all of the applicable details in sections C502 and C503. And some of the specific details in here, it clarifies that a change in space conditioning or change of occupancy can comply as a standalone project, or it can be combined with the rest of an existing building areas with the same occupancy level or space conditioning to demonstrate compliance. It makes it clear that all disciplines shall be brought up to the current code. And then for a change of use project, it clarifies that both the lighting power density and the IMC ventilation requirements both do apply to this type of alteration. And the last point is that this is not intended to alter code stringency. It's just clarifying all the details associated with this type of alteration.
Thanks, Lisa. Are there comments, questions about the proposal or for Lisa? Mike McGivern.
Lisa, would this require, would the requirements of this kick in if, say, there's a tenant improvement on a floor and they're replacing all the VAV boxes in an existing building?
No, it would not, because that would be, this is only in the situation where you have a change in space conditioning. So when you're going from a low energy to semi-heated or semi-heated to fully conditioned, or if you're going from a change of occupancy, and there's three criteria that would qualify for that. That would be if you're going from an FS or U occupancy to something other than an FS or U, or if you're going from residential to commercial or commercial to residential.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dwayne.
Yeah, if you go look at 505.2, you use the word for all, the phrase for all disciplines, and we've never used disciplines in the code language. And I wonder if you need that phrase at all, because it says full compliance with this code.
Okay, I'd accept that as a friendly amendment.
So we strike it there, and then, yeah, there's yeah, up above. And then with the first one, you would add the word in front of the following cases, I think.
Yeah.
Other comments or questions?
Thanks, Lisa. This was great. It's been confusing applicants for a long time. Motion to approve.
Second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, great job, Lisa. We are moving to Sean Dennison, who should be rejoined. 506 Historic Buildings.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I'm going to put on a different hat now. I also have a background in historic preservation. Due to the timing with submission, I submitted this personally, but this has also now been adopted, I guess, by NBI. So this is also from New Buildings Institute. In the interest of time, I'm just going to stand on my reason statement and let any of you ask any questions that you have. I think I covered things fairly completely in the reason statement.
Thanks, Sean. Dwayne.
Oh, I still have my hand up, but this is saying that oh, this is essentially language that we got into the IECC, isn't it?
This is the IECC language. So Washington forked off of the IECC language when they changed their historic buildings language, and this just brings the IECC language to Washington. You know, this was developed in collaboration with preservationists, sustainability, and actually the Washington Association of Building Officials as well. So it's kind of odd that this isn't in the Washington Code.
No, I wrote this. So, and therefore, I'll move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Uh,
I heard noises. I didn't hear a second.
I was going to say second, but Lisa just beat me to it.
Okay, we have a second, at least one. Further discussion.
So this moves the decision from the building official to the design professional.
It does.
So the building official would have no say.
Well, it turned out in argument that there are many situations where there is no building official who's willing to has the capacity to make such a determination. Happens a lot in rural areas, and so I was talked down off of that rock to say that you have to save what you have to report it to the code official, but it's not them who makes that call.
Further discussion. Patrick.
Unmuted. I do awful lot of historic buildings. And this is the language we work with. But Dwayne, shouldn't it say where you say? And a signed, shouldn't it say a signed letter by a registered design professional or representative of the State Historic Preservation?
No, it's the
earlier
part of the sentence says, provided that a report has been submitted and signed.
Yeah, because we always have to get a letter either from Landmarks or Pioneer Square or from Nick Van at the state when we apply for the building permit for your department.
Seattle has its own arcane rules.
Yeah, that is part of it, is that historic preservation is a very local set of regulations. So it is jurisdiction by jurisdiction, how the preservation regulations work. So what happens in Seattle can be very different than what happens in another part of the state. And you reminded me, that was the one thing that I meant to mention, Nick Van. So the State Historic Preservation Office, DAP, Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation, did submit a letter supporting this. So the State Historic Preservation Authority has supported this change.
Okay. Well, Mike Kennedy, you're the master of reading this. Just look for missing words. Take a crack at it.
Michael Cartwright.
Question for Dwayne. Dwayne, by what method was the Fry building sessions approved? Was it by a code official or on the basis of the architect?
The Fry is it's a good example. And we have a landmarks preservation board that makes all the rulings on disposition of our historic buildings.
Yeah, the Fry building was approved by Landmarks.
So are we taking that away and saying that the architect for the Fry Hotel renovation would provide a signed report?
No, Seattle has its own language. It's different.
And in most jurisdictions, this would only apply to the changes that would happen through the energy code. Whatever regulations are in place in the local jurisdiction for historic preservation, whether there's an approval that needs to be made for changes and alterations, or whether there are restrictions or specific preservation ordinances or design guidelines, those would still be made by the authority having jurisdiction over historic preservation. This is really just about making the decisions for the energy code. Under the way that Washington's was set up before, you would be in a situation where it was conceivable that the building official would tell a building owner, you have to change this part of your building to be in compliance with the code, while the preservation authority would be saying, you can't change this part of the building because that doesn't comply with code, with the regulations. And even though we would hope that that gets resolved, that adds time and complexity to the approval process. And then there is also the situation where you just have a listed building with no preservation authority who has authority to actually approve whether something is substantial, whether something is appropriate, and the building official is left to their own devices to do that. And this is something that we see either for specific historic buildings, like the example I gave in Vancouver, or in some jurisdictions where they don't have historic preservation regulations, but they do have historic buildings.
Thanks, Sean. I'm seeing everybody seems to support this one. Does anybody have anything critical to say about it? Or should we just vote? Go ahead, Mike Kennedy.
Well, I was also noticing the previous provision had basically said that there had to be an alternate provision, to provide a reasonable degree of energy efficiency. And this also does away with that, so that, if they decide what's going to cost too much to insulate the walls, to preserve our historic look, they can write the letter and they won't have to make up for it in any other way. I guess I'm okay with it. It seems like, at least in my little town of Port Townsend, this will be used a lot.
Yeah, this went through a couple of national organizations and a lot of behind the scenes arguing, and I think we've had it in place for a while elsewhere, and it's good. Anyway, you want to vote?
Patrick, do you have another comment, or should we just vote? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We are on to our last proposal that we have not considered before we get into section 6. So this is Michael Bernick. Proposal 118, new compliance path for alterations. 118. Is anybody?
183 gone?
Yes.
Oh, 183. Sorry, I'm skipping ahead. Lisa, 183. PTHP PTAC.
Just checking, is Dwayne Llewellyn on the call?
I'm here.
Great. Okay. I'll say a couple things and then you jump in. So just a couple comments here. So for the, this is some additions to table C503.4. So for the replacement of PTACs or PTHPs, this sets a reasonable better than code efficiency requirement. Note that an individual PTACs or PTHPs, if they fail, it's usually just replaced by maintenance personnel, and likely no permit is pulled. This code change would apply when the alteration involves replacement of many, if not all, of the PTAC PTHPs, where the mechanical contractor will pull a permit. And Dwayne, can you chime in about equipment out there that whether they can pass these higher efficiencies?
Sure, Lisa, this is Dwayne Llewellyn, and I put this together because since this table was adopted, the C503 table, many code cycles ago, there hasn't been a pathway for replacement of PTACs and package terminal heat pumps to comply with the code. Under unit type 1 package units, economizer is required, and it points you back to the code language. And in the code language, you have to either provide economizer or you have to exceed the efficiency by 15%. And there hasn't been PTACs on the market that comply, or you install a DOAS system. And so owners aren't going to be putting in a DOAS just so they can replace their PTAC. So this is trying to get a little bit more savings. We've had a couple of previous proposals approved that will greatly increase the efficiency and savings from PTAC. And this is trying to get a little bit of extra savings when they are permitted, when they're replaced. And Lisa brought up a good point. Often this equipment is not permitted and when it's replaced, so just the minimum efficiency goes in. So we've added an increase in cooling and heating efficiency when replacing existing PTAC and package terminal heat pump equipment. This is readily available. These are modest increases. So it's not going to be impossible to comply with. LG, Friedrich, Trane, GE, Zoneline all provide equipment that'll meet these increased efficiencies.
Thanks, Dwayne. Lisa, does that conclude your introduction?
Yep, those are all our comments. Thank you.
Great. Mike Kennedy?
I guess I'm just curious, and I don't have time to walk through it. If I'm replacing a PTAC with resistance heat, our code, and I can't remember the section, but requires a heat pump. Will they have to put in a heat pump?
Yes.
Okay, so that section of the code will still be triggered?
That'll still be triggered. And also now the newer language in terms of outdoor air lockout that you've added, Mike, and the obviously the Dwayne Johnland's proposal for UA offset wouldn't apply in an existing building, but the new control requirements would.
Great.
Michael Cartwright?
An exception for a one-off type replacement normally done, or is this linked to a major renovation or what? I mean, if I'm staying in a hotel and my PTAC fails, what happens?
That's a good question.
The hotel tech comes in and slides in a new one and takes the old one to the landfill, and nobody gets a permit.
Well, that's exactly what happened. And it was done at 3 a.m. and my kids were sleeping and they just quietly came in and swapped it out and that's it. I just think there should be an exception for that. But otherwise it makes that a non-code compliant act.
Well, you're right. I mean, I think you're not gonna prevent ongoing maintenance and replacements of onesie twosies. I think this is really kind of geared to a major renovation where they're renovating the hotel or motel or group I condition 2 facility and they're replacing all of them or a significant number, which triggers a code, which triggers a permit application, or it's part of a larger renovation where there's a permit. I think that's where this applies. It's not going to prevent the maintenance. That's going to continue. That could continue for all these equipment categories, frankly, in this table.
And very small jobs like replacing somebody's water heater or PTAC do not require permits. There's thresholds below which you don't have to get a permit.
So my thought was, do we need some language to that effect that what's changing occupancy or major renovation? Do we need language like that or not?
No, because in the building code or the residential code are where you have those thresholds defined for what requires a permit and what doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see 3 people with their hands up, but they've already spoken. Take your hands down or else I'll call on you again. Are there further comments or should we entertain a motion? Helen,
Hi, Helen Mulch-Cherny, Ononi AHRI. I just wanted to note that the code is written prevents the installation of PTAX in R2, and that would be preempted, and the proposal does not quite go far enough to correct the situation. Sorry for the background noise. So I think there's still some concerns here with this one, and my colleague may hop on and be able to provide more color.
This proposal, it does not address, that's a different proposal. This one is only for table C503.4, and it is adding 2 additional rows to that table.
Providing more flexibility.
Yeah, it's actually providing more flexibility, but it's not the same proposal, I think, Helen, that you're referring to.
hey, does someone want to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes, and now we get to the last new one. This is 118, Michael Bernick. I think Michael Bernick may not in fact be here, so is there somebody who is planning on addressing this one? This is 118, a new compliance path. VOC 407.
I'm going to make a motion to disapprove as it clearly states this needs more work. So I think it means it should be a work group should be assembled between now and the next code cycle. So a motion to disapprove.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor of the motion to disapprove, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, well, congratulations, everybody. We are on to item 6, which is cleanup remaining, and we have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 things to cover in the next 40 minutes. It's unlikely we'll do that. We could extend this meeting if we want as we get closer. We can also just kick these things out to the MVE committee and then have the MVE committee consider all of these. So that's my preference at this point, is to, if we don't get it today, we have already considered all of these and passed them largely. So so we wouldn't need to get to each of these. Is that correct, Krista, in your understanding?
Yes, there is some new language on a couple of these that we haven't seen, but for the most part, they've all had tag action on it, and the committee could make modifications at that level.
Okay, so that's the intent, is we're not meeting again as a tag to discuss these after today. We could extend it past 3 o'clock if we really wanted to. So without further ado, let's get to 103, heat pump space heating. Johnny, and I'm going to set a 7-minute timer for this. So if you want to give a 1 or 2 minute intro to whatever changes have been made, then we'll get some comments going after that.
Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Great. So this is the language. This is specifically for the space heating proposal on C503. So this is the additions and alterations section. This was primarily worked on about a month ago. We haven't been able to come back to it since because we had a lot of other proposals to look at, but I worked with a number of folks to clean up the language to basically ensure that there's that pretty much any situation that could come up for an additional alteration would have a pretty clear advisement on what to do in those situations. And submitted this a few times, so hoping that people have had a chance to review it, and we'll take any comments or concerns about it.
And the only changes are those highlighted in teal?
No, the first set was submitted about a month ago, and then we submitted what's in teal is what was submitted very recently, 8/19. So on 7/29, we submitted this original draft that's all in white, and then we actually made one correction that should have been done in an integrated draft, and just like very minor corrections at the bottom.
Thanks, Johnny, for all your work convening people to get this to where it is. Are there questions or comments on?
Can you just scroll down real quick? Shall keep going. I just want to make sure everything was in there that we discussed in that committee. Keep going. Keep going. Sorry. There we go. All right.
A little further.
That's furnaces. And then keep going one more.
There we go.
Okay. Yep. All right. Everything's in there. Thank you very much, Johnny. Nice job on this.
Thank you.
Compromise on this.
Motion
to approve. Oh, sorry. There's a handout.
Eric, did you make a motion to approve?
I did. Yeah. This one took a lot of work.
Second.
Dwayne seconds. Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. Nobody has their hand up except for Mike Kennedy, who I think is up from prior conversation. Okay, well, let's vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Hey,
Okay, let's do a roll call vote. Krista? And I guess let's just state the motion is only about the language that's part of this piece of the proposal that was modified. That's my understanding of the motion.
That is correct. I should have been more clear. I think both of it should have been that we're talking about the modifications that have been made since we passed this last time.
Yep.
Okay, Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Michael Kurtwright,
Yes.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes. Are you there, Patrick? Gary Hickinen,
no.
Luke Howard,
I see you, Luke.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm cutting in and out. So yes, before I lose connection again.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
David Reddy, Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes, okay, motion carries 11-1.
Okay. Thank you, Johnny, for all your work in shepherding that through and working with lots and lots and lots of people. You're up again. We're going to do the heat pump water heating. Any modifications to that?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any modifications to this proposal. It passed last 2 weeks ago, last week. I'm forgetting now. It's been two weeks ago. Have received no emails on any potential language. So yeah, I don't have any modifications to present today.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. Krista, did you suggest that there was a modification or two that we should look at?
Last time we looked at it, I think it was Eric Vandermeer said he had a few small changes, editorial changes. I may be misremembering that, but I have not received anything since that time.
Okay, well then we don't need to deal with this. We could reach out to Eric and see if he wants to make any suggestions at the MVE committee where we will probably look at this again. Okay. All right, so I don't think we need to, this is on the agenda. I don't know that we need to actually deal with it. It was, I guess, mistakenly put here, and we don't need to deal with it as far as I know. Gary.
Yeah, maybe a quick point of order. When would be an appropriate time to take from the table our motions for the economic impact analysis? And I'm asking now because it really was specifically talking about these two proposals in particular. So just a point of order to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity.
Yes. As a tag member, you can at any point make a motion to take something from the table and discuss it. And this is, I guess, a reasonable time to do that. I would love to get through all the remaining proposals as well. But yeah, let's go ahead, Gary.
I would be okay if it doesn't get postponed, if you'd like to power through the rest of these. I would be okay just as long as I guess we have assurance that that we'll be able to at least take it from the table for discussion.
I think if we want to do that, why don't we do it now? We're probably going to run out of time or make a motion to extend the meeting. And the tag is in charge. I'm just kind of helping orchestrate things. So Gary, if you want to make a motion to take it from the table, fully support that.
Okay, well then I will make a motion to take from the table the motions previously made and put on the table in regards to economic impact analysis and economic and equity impact. And what I'd like to do at this point in time, since Kevin Dwell, who is my alternate, had proposed these originally to go ahead and turn it over to him and abdicate to him my tag responsibilities for the rest of this presentation, if that's okay.
Okay, that sounds great. That's a motion to take from the table. I'd urge you to try and keep it reasonably brief. And hopefully there's already language that the tag could agree to or not agree to. This also could be handled at the MVE, but we have a motion to take from the table. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to take from the table. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, Kevin, you have the floor. Which one would you like to talk about first?
The economic impact motion, and
Could I share my screen? I think it'd be easier for folks.
Please.
Okay. That should be up. So the motion as made a couple weeks ago is shown as non-underlined text. The additions are underlined and other things are struck out, of course. So I'll give you a second to read through that. Or should I read this aloud? I don't know what proper procedure is.
I don't
I
think
would
we need to read
probably-
it.
I was gonna say, probably would be helpful to read it out just in case everybody's somebody's working from their phone.
Oh, good point, Krista. Okay, so I'll quickly then. I move that the tag request in writing that the SBCC's work group on economic impact solicit information from sources it deems appropriate, including but not limited to industry and supplier sources, to have a report of its own design prepared and delivered to the SBCC, a report detailing the quantitative economic impacts that the key electrification proposals will have across the state of Washington on small businesses, housing affordability, construction costs, life cycle costs, and the cost of code enforcement, namely proposals 103 heat pump space heating and 136 heat pump service water heating and 179 electrification readiness. This is in addition to the SBCC's prescriptive cost benefit analysis. And I just add, as indicated, that the italicized text is quoted from statute regarding defining the work of the WEI.
Thanks, Kevin. Is there a discussion on this? So it's a motion already. And the motion, I guess, is to pass this. Krista, do we need a motion in a second? Or since we took it from the table, do we already have a motion inherently?
Well, there's a motion on the original motion. This does modify that motion, so I think there would need to be a second to modify it or have it acceptable to the second.
Second.
Okay,
We discussed this. Yeah, we had a committee that discussed this made up of multiple different people.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Further discussion, Lisa?
I'll bring up the same comment I made in the former discussion. Is the idea that this cost benefit analysis will also include the cost of carbon?
We were told in our subgroup meeting that the tag can't specify how the SBCC does its analysis. It's in effect, or I should say the work group on economic impact does its analysis. In effect, it's a watchdog activity. So the group being watched can't specify how it's done.
Okay, thank you.
Dwayne.
I'd like to reiterate something I mentioned last time, and that's that I don't like the idea of telling the council to do something that they have to do anyway. So this is already part of the council's rules that they're going to have to get all this together for all the proposals and evaluate the life cycle costs and the costs and the impacts on small business and all that. So it seems peculiar and redundant to send this to the council.
Thanks, Dwayne. Eric Bedell.
I just want to make sure the entire tag group knows that we did meet with Shelley King, a representative from SBCC, was part of this meeting. I think Johnny, you were, Dwayne, Kevin, trying to remember some other people, Patrick maybe. But there were multiple people with different views on this and how this was crafted, right? And Kevin was the proponent of this, and I feel like it was vetted via multiple channels to come up with this language. It wasn't just put together randomly. And Kevin, I think you could go through this on where that language has come from, where especially related to the small business housing, affordability, construction costs, life cycle costs, et cetera. Because you did use specific language, I think, from our bylaws to craft this. I think that's an important thing that the tag should know.
Thanks,
Is
Eric.
that a question to me or?
Yeah, just, I think it's the highlighted items, right? Sorry, italicized items.
Yeah, you're right. That came directly from the bylaws.
Yep.
Thanks, Eric. Johnny.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I kind of want to, there's already been an economic analysis done for this. It was part that was submitted with the proposal, and there weren't any comments on that economic analysis, and there will be the usual analysis that's done through the SBCC. So I would personally, as the draft proposer, prefer that this goes through a more normalized pathway, like one that's more common. And I'm more than happy to work with SBCC on any questions they might have about the cost analysis I had submitted with the proposals, or any questions that they have. And that's my only request. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I guess a couple of things. Number one, there were comments on the economic analysis, and I wouldn't call it economic analysis. It was a cost benefit analysis that's required to be submitted with each of the proposals. And I did specifically comment on the cost, and that it wasn't an insignificant cost, upfront cost on either of these measures. So that's number one. Number two, cost benefit analysis is not the same thing as the economic impact analysis that we're asking for here. These 103 and 136 in particular, two of the most consequential proposals and changes are being asked in the state of Washington, probably in the history of code making here. And to shrug off a proper economic analysis and how this will impact small business, et cetera, it is just that, abdicating your responsibility and being dismissive. The state needs to do a proper economic analysis of these two proposals. They are highly consequential. So, if you're afraid of an economic analysis, I guess I'd have to say, what are you afraid of?
Thanks, Gary. And I guess what I'm hearing over and over is the same arguments that have been made many times in the tag. And this is simply a letter or a written statement that goes to the State Building Code Council. We can take testimony on this for a long, long time. We could probably take it for 3 or 4 hours. I would rather get to the code proposals and have this be something that we don't spend the next half hour on. It's simply a letter that suggests that the Building Code Council do something. So please make your comments. Please keep them brief. I'd like to move on, as this is not the most consequential thing we cover today. Michael Cartwright.
Well, the request goes well above and beyond what was submitted by the proponent. And at the intent of being brief, I 100% agree with everything that Gary has shared. This is going above and beyond what the proponent provided.
Thanks, Michael. John Frankel.
Hi, I think maybe as Gary has stated, these electrification proposals, they are truly landmark code changes. I don't think there is any disagreement that they're very profound and unprecedented. I think even the proponents have acknowledged that this is the case. And as such, they are deserving of a separate treatment than just a regular cost benefit analysis. And just understand that we are not asking for and cost benefit analysis. We're asking for economic impact analysis as it relates specifically to small business and also in particular to renters and and those that are affected in the multifamily segment.
Thanks, John. Poppy?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that is, I guess, just somewhat of a clarification. I think it's a little bit of a false dichotomy that's being created about this motion. It's not about whether or not there should be an economic analysis or not. It's just that an economic analysis is already going to happen as a natural part of the SBCC's process. And so we're requesting something that is redundant to that. So this isn't a kind of dichotomy between economic analysis versus cost benefit analysis. I generally am in support of economic impact analysis, and I support the SBCC doing that as part of their normal process. I just don't think that there needs to be this additional request on the part of the tag to request something that is actually already happening. So just a clarification.
Thanks, Poppy.
And Shell, if for some reason I'm unable to raise my hand, it's some aspect
Go
of
ahead,
sharing.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to note that the tag rules include a number 6. I brought this up earlier, that if the tag has noted a proposal has a cost impact, it must request an economic impact from the SBCC. So I'm not making a strange motion here. I'm just trying to follow the rules with item number 6, which I don't have in front of me.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Are there further comments? Okay, the motion is to do what's on the screen, which is to send a written letter with the language on the screen in front of us. Let's do a roll call vote, Krista.
Okay. Eric Fidel,
Yes.
Michael Kurtwright,
Yes.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Patrick Hayes, Gary, are you voting or is Kevin voting?
Kevin's voting on this one.
Okay, Kevin,
Yes.
Scott Henderson, Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
John Lang,
No.
Mike McGivern,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy, Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
motion fails 3-6 with 3 abstentions.
Okay. Kevin, I think you have the floor for the next one that you had brought forward.
Correct. I believe that's on screen.
Yep, I see it now.
So again, this has been amended a little bit, and I will read it as shown. I move that the tag, through a letter from the tag chair to the Washington Office of Equity, formally request that the SBCC ask the Washington Office of Equity for its assistance to ensure review of the tags electrification proposals, 103 heat pump space heating, and 136 heat pump service water heating, and 179 electrification readiness through an equity lens in compliance with RCW 43.06D.040.
Thank you, Kevin, for writing this and also getting a bunch of people together to talk about this important issue. I guess we have a motion. We need to reiterate the motion in the second. The motion is to, I guess you made the motion in the writing of this.
Well, there's also a motion to amend as shown. Let's put,
Okay.
yeah.
So you're making a motion to amend as shown in the second. Did we have a
Second.
second? Okay, Eric's a second. Okay, further discussion on this issue. Dwayne.
What I have heard, and maybe others can chime in, is that the Office of Equity has just been formed. They just hired a director. There is no budget. There's no process for them to review anything. That this is not yet a thing for Washington State.
Is there a question?
That's a statement, but I'm sure somebody could respond. I'm going to go to John Frankel because he has his hand up. John?
Yes, actually, it was voted on by the legislature. It is a legislative mandate. It was approved by the governor. The governor allocated $2.5 million. There is an executive director. There is a staff. And if you read the RCW, it is very carefully prescribed what the process is, including how they approach the work regarding different stakeholders, the metrics that are applied. So if there is an assertion, I guess, that there is no department and no staff, I think the refutation of that could come from Dr. Karen Johnson, who is the actual executive director of that department.
Thanks, John. Any other testimony? Okay, well, let's do a roll call vote on this one. So I'm seeing no more hands up. So, Krista?
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Michael Kurtwright,
Yes.
Kevin Dwell,
Yes.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Patrick Hayes, Luke Howard,
Ding.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
John Lay,
No.
Mike McGivern,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy, Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Sean Vig.
Abstain.
Motion failed 3-6 with 3 abstentions.
Thanks for your consideration.
Thanks, Kevin. I'll be part of I believe I'll be part of the work group on economic analysis, and I'll make sure that we do a decent job of considering these things, even though they didn't pass the tag. So.
And Shell, you're part of that workshop economic.
I believe it's the chairs of all the tags, and I'm one of them.
Yeah,
So
that's what's said in the bylaws.
Yep. So that group has never convened while I've been on the council, so I don't really know much about it. But I've heard we're going to convene, and so I will.
So one more question, and although the diversity, the DEI, did not get passed by the tag, Would that still be something that your group can discuss if it was decided within that group? That's an overall question. Maybe you don't even know the answer to that. We can talk offline if you don't have an answer for that.
I don't have an answer for that right now.
Okay, no issues. We could talk offline. It's more of a curiosity than anything. So thank you.
Yeah, and we heard that it exists and is funded, so it sounds like it is.
Yep.
I haven't been part of the group and the group hasn't convened, so, but I'll make sure that the intent of both of those are at least considered by the work group.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep. Okay, we are on to HVAC applications. This is a read proposal. This is 206. Reed, do you have more to do with this?
Yeah, so this is an amendment. We passed 206 previously. I don't know if you want to pull
Krista,
up.
you're not sharing your screen, just so you know, since Kevin was. We'd love to see your screen. Go ahead, Reed.
Right, so most of these are minor cleanups. There's one additional measure that got included. You may want to go to the top just to the bullets. I'll try and keep this as quick as I can. So basically, we formalize the alternate requirements if proposal 136 is not included, so that it would basically come in here as a credit and included those credits as an option or as an alternative conditional item. We removed, there was a redundant load management credit exception for additions, didn't need to be there because they're only required for new buildings. We took out the ventilation shutoff. I had previously looked at the wrong version of the Washington Mechanical Code, and once I got cleared, although I think there are some conflicts in the Washington Mechanical Code about that, we removed that. And actually, it turns out I dug back into it, and we did not include those savings in the initial analysis, just the temperature setback. Chiller efficiency improvement was clarified because we have both a chiller and a rejection. So that's clarified now. So you have to meet your improvement. It's the lesser of those two. It's very easy to improve the heat rejection requirements. The chiller, not so much from a cost point of view, but we just wanted to make it clear that, you got the minimum of those two. We limited the residential lighting controls, so it's very clear that applies to dwelling units, and some commentary there about how to allocate with the areas. I went through the enhanced lighting control language and coordinated that with the proposal you passed previously, 124, 126, 178 was a combined proposal that moved that language into section 405, I believe. So we're referring to those sections. And then I also included alternative language if for some reason those die, although I don't think they will. That one's not very controversial. We limited the renewable credits to 50% of the credit requirement. And that's the way it was in the last code cycle, even though it was not explicitly stated, it was implied based on the credit points available. We clarified the wording in 3 load management credits. Thank Mike Kennedy for coming up with some of that. And that was all published 2 meetings ago, all those changes. And then we did some additional changes. I did a little more work on the lighting language going back to the original comprehensive mashup draft to make sure that I got my strikeout underline correct. So that's been fixed. And we included a new leakage option. And maybe we should just go take a look at that if you want to. And so, there's 2 different colors of markup, but everything that's new as an amendment is in markup. If we go down to the table, down on page 6, Krista, back a little bit there, we can see the enhanced reduced air infiltration, up 1 page, I think. Maybe, oh no, you're down on page 11. We need to go back to page 6. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we added these credits. So basically what this does is it aligns with the passive house standard. So if you follow that standard, you actually get down to a 0.8 or 0.08 leakage rate. And so that's, more than this base reduced area infiltration. So they get more credits, and that was, those kind of adjustments were provided, for us by the folks with the passive house credit. If we want to scroll down to that language,
Hey,
it's,
Reed, can I interrupt for just a second?
Yeah.
We have 3 minutes until our appointed
Okay.
time is gone. I would love to, well, I want to do two things. One is, Johnny, we are trying to keep it civil and collaborative here. And so I agree that we shouldn't say hooray when someone's proposal that they worked hard on doesn't pass. So I agree with Gary on that one. Second, I would like to see your reactions as to whether anybody would like to go beyond 3 o'clock today. It's been a long slog. But if a quorum of the tag is interested, we can stay past 3 o'clock. I'm seeing.
How about just a half an hour? Could we do that?
Yeah, so does someone want to make a motion to extend the tag meeting by 30 minutes?
I'll make a motion to extend the tag meeting by 30 minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of extending by 30 minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Hey,
Okay, we're gonna do a voice vote on this.
no, you don't have to do a voice vote. I abstain.
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna extend by 30 minutes. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled program, and we'll have to check if we have a quorum at some point after 3 o'clock. So go ahead, Reed.
right. So basically, so now we have two options under the reduced air infiltration, and I restructured it actually closer to the original language. So the air testing is a separate thing, but it doesn't have a number in it. And then we present the numbers in two options. So that's that proposal. And unless anyone else wants to look at anything in more detail, I think it's been posted for, most of this has been posted for 2 weeks. And just this one last change has been more recent. So.
Thanks, Reed. John, frankly, you've had your hand up for a while, so I'm assuming it's just still up. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, this looks great, Reed. I did want to ask a question based on our discussion earlier about shower water heat recovery. Is there a double counting that goes on between that and the heat recovery for the water heat?
No, I think the way we structured the language there, you did one or the other. We can look at that section. If not, we should fix that, but.
Okay,
Okay, so. I think at the beginning, it says,
oh, not in the individual section, but.
yeah, it's up above it. This is on page 14.
Oh, but you were right. Yes.
Yeah, so you can't do both of those. Well, maybe you can. Maybe you can do the shower drain and the other, and you could have a case actually where you can do both of those. In other words, a shower drain usually gives you a very small amount of savings that just preheats the cold water going into the shower. That's the typical way to install that. Whereas you could still also have a chiller in the building that you could recover energy from, or you could do, one of the heat pump water heater things in addition to it. So it's true. You can do the shower plus one or the other of the two. Or you can do any of them individually. So the shower can be combined, and it's kind of a separate measure.
That credit would get, that heat, recovered heat could be used in both places.
Right, yeah, you'd use the recovered heat for the main water heating. Again, the shower recovery typically preheats the cold water going to the shower. This is how that's typically designed. And so it reduces the hot water because you set your temperature dial at a different spot.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'm good if someone wants to make a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. I don't see any hands raised for further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Thank you, Reed, for your amazing diligence in all of the C406 stuff. It's been amazing. This passes, and we are on to Meg Rosenberg, if you're around, some C407 cleanup.
I am around. Hopefully this one is very straightforward and simple. Keep going. No, it's the modeler qualifications. There we go. So there was, I guess, probably about a month ago when we discussed this, folks thought that we were asking too much of the energy modelers. So we were asked to put together a little working group to go through and decide, what would be the best approach. And I think we had consensus that instead of requiring both experience and one of the two certifications, that it's either one of the two certifications or the project experience. So that seemed to satisfy everybody that weighed in on it, and there were quite a number of people involved. So that's what this change does. So you have to meet at least one of the following qualifications: the ASHRAE Building Energy Modeling Professional, the AEE certification, or completed at least 5 projects, any version of 90.1 Appendix G, not necessarily the one Washington State is using. That wasn't changed, but what's read is what's different from what was reviewed in the past. And I can take any questions, I guess.
Mike Gibbons.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Michael and Reed for their hard work on both these proposals, and I'd like to make a motion to approve as modified.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. I see no more hands up for further discussion, so do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We only have a few left. This next one is a revision from Dwayne on correlating pump motors 163.
and I think this just came up because I had that change in the top paragraph there, you see in yellow. And somebody said, well, we also have that going on that bottom paragraph. And so I just made that change and sent it back.
Awesome, that will alleviate a lot of confusion. Questions, comments, motions?
Motion to approve.
Second. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I see no hands up for further discussion, so all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. Thanks, Dwayne. That's good catch. We are to Aaron Whitlatch, definitions of unconditioned space and air barrier. This is 224. Aaron, are you around? Is anyone around to talk about this?
Well, I coordinated with Aaron on this one, although I wasn't able to click on the link to see what he submitted. So this is the first time I'm seeing it.
And the one on the left is the updated one,
One on the left. Okay,
this one.
let's see.
I'll see if I can get in. I haven't reviewed this one either.
Yeah, when I click on the link on the agenda, it brings me to the agenda. So I wasn't able to get it as either for 224.
The first section addresses one of the concerns I had, so.
Do we want to table this for a few minutes and go for Lisa's, which is the last item on the agenda? Until Aaron can show up.
So I'll make a motion to table.
Okay, we'll table this one, 224 and 230. And then, okay, we have a motion to table 224 and 230. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, we are going to consider Lisa's, and I forget the number of it.
It's number 94. I did send an email to Krista.
And I'm sorry, I didn't integrate the language into the proposal.
Ooh,
But I have both of them available here.
Can we view the email?
If I can get the screen to stop fighting with me.
And I have the email in front of me. I could read it. Ah, here we go. Great. Okay. So we reached out to CJ and because we had heard some concerns during the TAG meeting about whether the footnote language for C and N, which was the core part of this proposal, whether it was clear in these two footnotes that the additional lighting would only be allowed in addition to general area lighting, and that it has to be controlled separately from that. And it isn't terribly clear in both of those footnotes. And so we submitted to CJ some friendly amendments, and she accepted our friendly amendments to her proposal. And so I'll just touch on this, all of the proposed changes that we sent to her. So for footnote C, we're just making it clear that this additional power shall be permitted only where the specified lighting is installed in addition to and controlled separately from general lighting in accordance with section C405.26, and that this additional power shall be used only for the specified luminaires and shall not be used for any other purpose. Another way to phrase that is that these are use it or lose it allowances. So an example would be, if you scroll down, Krista, in my email. So for example, if you have corridors in your building, if you have 1,000 square feet of corridors, I'm sorry, if you have 5,000 square feet of corridor, but you're only going to be putting ornamental lighting in 1,000 square feet of it, your allowance would be based on that 1,000 square feet, not on the total square footage of the corridors. And then the use it or lose it component of it is that if you don't use all of your available wattage, that would be scenario 2, then you don't get to take that wattage and use it someplace else. So it's only additional wattage based on the maximum allowed, and you can't carry it over to another space. And that is consistent with the language in section C405.4.2.2.1 for retail lighting. So all we did was correlate all 3 additional allowances so that they all would be enforced the same way.
Wait, I'm trying to figure out where in the code language did you put that restriction that it's a use it or lose it for each space?
The language where it says this additional power shall be used only for the specified luminaires and shall not be used for any other purpose.
That doesn't say anything about whether you could transfer that load to some other space.
I'd be happy to phrase that a little differently. That language came out of the additional lighting power for retail. If you look at the last sentence to the charging statement there, I just copied it up.
But it doesn't say what you said it said.
Could we see the proposed language? There we go.
Yeah. We could also, if you say it shall not be used for any other, it is non-tradable. I guess we could phrase it that way. So this additional power shall be used only for the specified luminaires, and this lighting
Well,
power is not tradable.
how about at the end of that sentence for C, where it says, and shall not be used for any other purpose or in any other space?
Okay, so we're talking about the on the right there, Krista. Yeah.
I like either solution.
Then we do the same thing for N below.
Mhm. Do the same under retail. And then it would be clear. So that would be C4054221. So the same. No, in the last sentence. After the word, yeah, sorry.
Would you want to do it in any other retail area?
That sounds good.
Yes. And yeah, Krista, you were right. There's a couple of the changes that were.
No, that doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know if that works.
The equation disagrees with this idea in the words.
Yeah, I think that perhaps we just leave that and not go there. CJ accepted the changes to C and N. We did not talk about this. So it would just be, there's a couple other changes there, Krista, in that section. Striking the word the and to be controlled.
Mike Rosenberg, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest maybe an alternative way to say it would be something like, and shall not be added to the space or building lighting power allowance.
So that would, so you're proposing at the, say that again, Mike, sorry. So at the, where we
I
have,
was suggesting maybe, and shall not be used for any other purpose or in any other space. Instead of that, you could say, and shall not be added to the space or building lighting power allowance, if that's clearer.
to any other space.
Yeah. To
Any other space or the building power allowance.
And again, we don't have to get absolutely perfect today.
But that
There's-
works.
There's room for comments later as long as our intent is clear. So let's,
Yeah, so you could grab that exact same, from the word and down and add that to. Yeah, that's not you would copy from the word and over there. Copy that and cut it in. And that would go after the word and shall, you see. It's okay, I can send it in an email, but
I think it's the line above. Yeah. And shall.
there you go.
Yeah. Two ands, but. It shall not be.
Dwayne, does this address your concerns?
Yeah, good improvement. Thank you.
It would be the interior power allowance, not building power allowance.
Okay, I'll accept, put that as one more.
Okay. Any other comments?
Do we have a motion yet?
I don't think we do.
A motion to approve as amended on the screen?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay. We have two left. They're both Aaron Whitlatch proposals. Aaron, are you on the call? Or Eric, are you going to speak for Aaron?
Yeah, I'll speak for Aaron. Aaron's out. Sounds like headed out to vacation. You guys lasted too long.
As we all will be in about 11 minutes.
So this one I know we've looked at a couple of times. So I think this was sent to a work group to work through, as Lisa mentioned. This clarifies the extent of the air barrier, and there was thoughts of adding this unconditioned space definition, but that idea was scrapped, and it was just other clarifications made. So I don't know, Lisa, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think that the new language here is clear, or clearer than what we had before. Can you scroll up, Krista? Is that the extent of it? Yeah, this is the other part down here at the bottom, where he did add language about semi-heated space, just making sure that enclosed space is that it's the heated and not cooled language doesn't change, but it's also not any kind of a walk-in cooler or freezer space. And then also for enclosed space, he did add this new language, which is unconditioned crawl spaces, attics, and parking garages with natural or mechanical ventilation are not considered enclosed spaces. That was really a key component of this proposal, and this is making it clear that if you've got like a parking garage that has an open entry that doesn't close, that it would not be considered an enclosed space. And so that was a key part of the proposal. And we did coordinate on this.
Further comments, questions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. Two motions to approve in 2 seconds. All right. Further discussion?
No.
No. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right. So we are to the very last one, defining C406 areas. This is proposal 230. I did not think, for the record, I'll say, I did not think we'd get through all these today. You guys have all been doing awesome at getting through this in a very intelligent, thoughtful way.
Phil, do we need to verify we have a quorum? We've lost some members, some tag members.
Yep. So basically, a quorum is assumed to be maintained until someone asks that question. So now.
Oh, I'm sorry I asked.
No, it's a legitimate question. Just from counting people's names, it appears to me we have a quorum. Krista, do you want to do a check?
Just looking at the guest list, we do, but I can go through the list to verify that they're all still present at the screen. Eric Fidel?
He's gone.
Gone. Yep.
Chris Burrows? Michael Curtright?
I'm here.
Kevin Dwell?
Left. But Gary's here.
I'm here.
Mike Fowler?
Here.
Patrick Hayes? See, Gary, you said you were here.
Yep.
Luke Howard?
Present.
Dwayne Johnlin?
Yes, here.
John Lang?
Hanging in.
Mike McGivern?
Present.
Irina Rasputin or Rasputinis? Sorry.
I'm here, but I need to drop off.
David Reddy?
How many do we need for quorum, Krista?
12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lisa Rosenau?
Here.
Gavin? Sean Big?
Here.
Poppy Storm?
Here.
And I'm here too.
With you, that is 12 people.
Okay, awesome. Let's consider this very last proposal. We have 5 minutes.
So I've got some information that may make this short. This is Reed.
Go ahead, Reed.
So we incorporated the intent of this proposal into the 206 proposal. You can see it on pages 4 and 5 of that proposal where we set a separate discrete area weighting. And I know there was some concern about this minor word change in this one, but Aaron was present at the work group meeting we had and he was happy with what we did with that. So for what it's worth, we've taken the intent of this and brought it into the 206 proposal.
Let's read. Mike McGivern.
Motion to disapprove.
Second.
We have a motion to disapprove and a second. Is there further comment? I see Reed and Mike Rosenberg, your hands are up.
Sorry about that. Let me pull it down.
No worries.
Yeah, just to clarify, this is on the additional changes to this section. It's not going back and reconsidering the original approval. Is that correct?
Yeah, this one was approved and then, but now it's been revised. So at this point, I think you could recommend it was disapproved based on it getting incorporated into 206 completely.
I guess is the motion to disapprove the whole thing or to disapprove the recent modifications.
Approve the whole proposal.
Full proposal 230.
Correct.
Okay.
This would be the same understanding that if for some reason P&L's C406 proposal was not approved, that this one would be brought back up. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
That's my understanding. Okay, I'm seeing no further hands up for discussion. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, well. Woohoo! Thank you all for being so diligent and patient and thoughtful. I was trying to figure out how many hours we spent, and it's thousands of hours. So, and Krista, amazing job, Krista. Thank you all.
And Chell, our fearless leader, great job in spite of having to put up with all of us.
Thank you very much. And I will, we'll bring this to the MBE committee and we'll talk about these issues again. So I'll probably see many of you again. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Great
you.
job, Bill.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Good job. Good weekend. Good weekend.